cutaway interview to the founder of Give Send Go is just a ridiculous virtue signal by Piers Morgan that's honestly embarrassing for him, and I actually think the Give Send Go guy handled himself pretty well in this interview given the circumstances, but you could tell you're not going to have an intellectual discussion, and you essentially set up this panel for disaster just based on the people that you feature here. Now, of course, the least offensive, the person who's playing neutral on this panel, is a woman that I don't know. Apparently, she writes for the New York Post, and essentially her take on this situation is that both fundraisers are bad, she's against bad things, and she would prefer if people did good things. You also have Myron Gaines, the fresh and fit guy. This is a red pill streamer who's often talking about women bad and whatnot. He is of Sudanese descent. I bring this up because Mark Lamont Hill, who we're going to talk about in a minute, throws it in his face time and time again. And obviously, this is a guy who is adept at generating headlines by saying controversial things. And maybe, just maybe, he isn't the person to have on a panel if you're actually trying to have a serious discussion. That being said, Piers is trying to have a Jerry Springer-like brawl on this panel, so Myron Gaines in that context is actually the perfect person to have right here. Then we have Mark Lamont Hill, an ultra woke, ultra anti-white black person. He has crazy takes throughout the entirety of this conversation. One of them I found to be even the most ridiculous, which is he actually compares this fundraiser of Carmelo Anthony to the one of Shiloh Hendrix, and he says it is the Carmelo Anthony fundraiser that is the noble, honorable, and good one, and the Shiloh one is the evil one objectively. And I just want to play a clip for you because he essentially has the ass backwards position on this particular issue.
There are a couple of things that were said that I think are really interesting and important. One, there is an outside audience of people who are watching all of this and opportunistically using it for their own agendas and projects. You know, I have an investment in believing X, so I'm going to jump in the comments of this GoFundMe, etc. I have an investment in Y, I'm going to do the same thing. But what I don't want to do is compare these two things as if they're opposite sides of the same coin. For me, the intention of the campaign matters. In the case of this woman who is using the N-word, the woman isn't disputing using the N-word. The woman isn't disputing being racist. And the comments that are being left on the site before they were suspended and the attitudes behind it weren't saying she's being railroaded, she's being misrepresented. They were simply saying, we support racism. And I think that's disgusting, no matter who's doing it. On the other hand, the people who are fundraising for Carmelo Anthony, the argument here isn't, yeah, we did something and we don't care like the other woman. The argument is we're being misrepresented here. We're being railroaded. This was a self-defense claim.
So a couple of things that need to be made 100% clear for everybody out there in the audience. As of right now, Carmelo Anthony's defense has not actually said that they're going to go with self-defense. And nothing in the facts of the case, even if we take whatever is being displayed on Facebook with fake information about the bullying that has been disproven and actually has been denied by Carmelo Anthony's PR team, makes this a self-defense case. We are not going to pretend that there is a legitimate argument on behalf of Carmelo Anthony, just like we're not going to pretend that a huge portion of the donors to his defense fund are not misinformed by bad information, fake witnesses, a fake autopsy report, and a fake Facebook statement, or that they're not malicious actors that are donating to Carmelo Anthony not because they believe he's innocent, but because they know he's guilty, but because they like the fact that he killed a white person, therefore they're donating to him as a form of black solidarity. I'm not having a conversation about whether or not stabbing somebody in the heart when you're asked to leave is worse than saying the N-word to a child that they describe as a 5-year-old autistic child. But by the way, to be clear, they have not actually identified this kid. They have not shown this kid's age or his autism status, and I am of the belief that the kid is probably closer to around age 10, not 5, and not autistic at all. And by the way, it doesn't change my opinion of the Shiloh Hendrix Give Send Go either.
Let's assume everybody's telling the truth. Let's assume she's telling the truth, and let's assume he's telling the truth. If he's telling the truth and he was doing self-defense and he's getting harassed and doxxed, and of course we already know lies have been told about his GoFundMe campaign saying they were spending it on mansions and cars, all the kind of racist tropes. If that's true, he's being mistreated, and I think that's a sort of very easy case to make. When it comes to her, however, let's assume she's also telling the truth. that she used the word. She thinks the kid was acting like one. She feels like she has the right to use that word against that small baby because of whatever age-appropriate thing the kid did. If she's telling the truth and she's getting doxxed and harassed, I don't know if I want to reward her behavior with $500,000. I don't think she should be doxxed. I don't think she should be harassed. I think she has been mistreated to the extent that no one should be. You have a right to be racist. You have a right to free speech in this country. But I'm not donating money for it, and I feel a lot worse about her GoFundMe than the one for the person who's been railroaded.
So yeah, even though I've made it clear that I would not donate...
Been railroaded. Oh, you mean the literal murderer? These people are so deeply unserious.
It's about fighting against white guilt.
They either both stay or they both go. End of story.
Advocate for people to have zero white guilt, but the fact is, even if we believe her version of events to be true, she's somebody who hurled a racial epithet at a child that I probably think is around age 10, doubled down on it on her Gives and Goes, saying that she called him out for what he is, and has raised $750,000 for it. Now, of course, I don't support doxing her. I don't think people should try to ruin her life forever. I hate the idea that these viral videos can be used to deny you employment throughout the course of your life. But the fact is, I don't think Shiloh is a good person or a good representative.
Definitely not.
Somebody who's being
but she's not a murderer.
By the mob, because in reality, she at least owns up to the actions that she's being accused of. She is not a Sarah Comrie who was falsely accused of being pregnant, age 36, which was true, by the way, and walking up to 4 black kids and stealing their city bike, which was the false accusation, and having her life ruined over it. And she is not the same as Amy Cooper, who has been denied employment for years, even though the perpetrator in that particular instance is Christian Cooper, the guy who picks fights with people and threatens to steal their dog because he doesn't like that they don't walk their dog on a leash. But again, I need to emphasize, regardless of any of that, murder is significantly worse than saying a word.
Lucky.
Whatever the word is, murder is 100% worse than that, and of course, Mark Lamont Hill is completely backwards on this issue. Then that brings us to Lily Gladys, who ended up stealing the show for this particular segment when she told Piers Morgan that she uses the N-word. She is not afraid to do so, and Piers Morgan decided to virtue signal.
This has got nothing to do with anything you just said. This is a disgusting, racist woman who repeatedly spews the N-word, first at a young child, and then at the person taking the video of her, does it with complete impunity, does it numerous times. We are talking about a bona fide...
And the other guy stabbed somebody in the fucking heart for being told to move.
So I don't understand why what you've just said to me...
They can both go or they can both stay. Pick one.
White unity or anything that you've just said. She's just a racist. And isn't she? You wouldn't dispute that.
Well, it's not about her. It's not about her. It's about
well, it is about her.
Coming together and supporting another white person, and it doesn't matter.
Why would you want to support a white racist?
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. She is. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would.
Mm-hmm. I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist, are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you...
Sure, I'll embrace that.
So, so all black guys that use the N-word are racist? Oh, okay. They can use it without being racist. They can even say cracker. That's not racist at all, guys.
They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter, but that's a different
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
Now look, you guys may or may not remember this, but on this channel I talked about how Lily Gladys is somebody who just pandered her way into E-fame on the right-wing side, and I find that to be ridiculous for a number of reasons. But the fact is,
oh, what? How'd we lose?
Doing in order to get herself attention.
Oh, they killed the fucking.
God
damn it!
The N-word, although it was not in a derogatory context, and
because everyone else died apparently.
In one of her videos, and by the way, that is what got her the most amount of attention when she burst onto the scene.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
Wait, what?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we not talking about Shiloh Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist.
Now, Piers Morgan probably, but his producers definitely 100% know this. This is, in fact, why they brought Lily onto the panel. Now, I know she had a tweet related to this and how she wants to support Shiloh and whatnot, but the fact is, this girl is quite literally known for saying, even though it wasn't in a derogatory sense, even though it wasn't with a hard R, even though it wasn't in reference to black people, the N-word. That's what she's famous for. So think about how ridiculous this whole interaction is. Piers Morgan says, would you say this word? She says yes. In fact, this is what she is known for. This is what she's famous for. And then Piers Morgan virtue signals against her, says that this person is a virulent racist, and goes on this whole rant about how he's this holier-than-thou figure, when the fact is, they brought her on this show in order to get her to stir up controversy, not to have a logical or reasoned discussion based on these issues. I mean, there's a reason why Piers Morgan has people like this, everybody on this panel, except for the boring New York Post person, and doesn't have people like me on this show. It's because he knows these people are here to generate viral clips. These people are here to say controversial stuff. And by the way, it's kind of embarrassing that Piers Morgan calls this show uncensored, allows people to swear, but he bleeps out the N-word when it's used even by black people, which, by the way, on this panel, it was used exclusively by black people, because obviously this is just a big money grab. But yeah, so my opinion on this whole Lily Gladys thing is, honestly, it's the biggest embarrassment for Piers Morgan humanly possible.
You yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you. You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call
Those
you.
people exist, man. Get
Well,
over it.
shame on white people for allowing themselves to be systematically.
There's white racists, there's black racists, there's Indian racists.
This is a country
There's
that
Chinese
should be
racists.
Country.
A lot of them, actually. Apparently.
What, there are no black people in American history? Is that what you're saying? That they've all just landed in America, invading your white country? Is that your position?
Because the whole entire reason that she is known is for saying the N-word. The only reason that Piers Morgan booked her is because she's called for like white unity or white solidarity and retweeted something from Nick Fuentes about how white people need to get tribal. So this was all a setup so he could virtue signal against her. So he could say, that's a bad white girl, that girl with the blue eyes, her saying white unity is evil, white, and racist, and I, Piers Morgan, am above that. And by the way, that virtue signaling attitude went into the interview with one of the founders of Get Set Go, and it was absolutely embarrassing for a number of reasons, and chief among them is that Piers Morgan doesn't understand the First Amendment.
Just to be clear, then, hang on, just to be clear, so that's interesting what you just said. So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that there are laws that define what is legal and what isn't legal, and we adhere to the laws as the framework for what is and isn't allowed.
But inciting racial hatred is a crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah.
So to give you context for this portion of the conversation, the Get Set Go guy said that the reason why he's actually keeping the fundraisers up is because he follows the law and he respects the First Amendment and whatnot, so he doesn't want to restrict people even that he disagrees with from raising money on his platform. And by the way, Give Set Go has held to their principles with the Kyle Rittenhouse fundraiser, with the Daniel Penny fundraiser, and even extended those principles to the Carmelo Anthony fundraiser. GoFundMe doesn't allow you to raise money for criminal defense. Give Set Go is the place that you go in order to do so, and of course, I respect them for that, even though I understand why people are donating to Carmelo Anthony and how, based on the information,
Oh, I got me in the Citadel. That's annoying.
Self-defense case. case. So I commend him for that. But then Piers Morgan goes on that whole rant about how racial hatred, inciting racial hatred, is somehow a crime in the United States of America. The CEO says, no, it's not. And Piers says, no, I've checked into it, and it definitely is. Trust me, because I'm the pigeon lady from Home Alone.
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
Yeah.
Where?
You don't think it's a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
Pay special attention to torpedo defense.
I've never seen that as a law on the books, but
it is.
That was part of the reason.
I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite racial hatred or violence against ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring example than someone on camera calling black people the N-word?
Piers, you didn't check into it. You didn't have any of your production staff check into it. Maybe you're thinking of the UK, where they ban and restrict all manner of speech. But in the United States of America, in no way, shape, or form is it illegal for a white person to say the N-word. Is it illegal for you to incite hatred? And by the way, Piers Morgan knows he's on a weak footing right here, because he ends up saying racial hatred and violence. He adds in the violent thing, and I will just point out that in no way, shape, or form was Shiloh Hendricks uttering this no-no word at this 10-year-old boy described as a 5-year-old autistic boy, her inciting racial violence. Again, these kind of people right here, like Piers Morgan, make you want to jump on board the Shiloh train, so I can understand how some people get caught up in this area, because he's so bad, he's so embarrassing. And by the way, he's trying to make the GoFundMe platform alternative Give Send Go significantly worse by trying to get them to ban it. Then he ultimately ends up calling them out for having no abortion fundraisers on their platform. And honestly, the Give Send Go guy does not have a good explanation for why that's the case.
Do you allow people to do pro-abortion? Do you allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's two caveats to what Give Send Go has carved out, and one of them is it's broken into two pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on Give Send Go, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Okay, but what about a 5-year-old child being? What about a 5-year-old black child being called the N-word?
What about that?
Where does the protection for that child come in?
So look, the Give Send Go guy ended up talking about legality in terms of his defense of the speech and whatnot, and then he gets tripped up right here based on the fact that it's a Christian platform, and therefore it's reflective of
just be honest about that. It's because you're Christian, right?
Or the
100%.
And the anti-trans kids.
Just say that honestly.
You can raise
You'd get so much more
those
respect
things on GoFundMe if you were to want to, but the difference that Piers Morgan, and honestly this guy fails to mention throughout the whole course of this conversation, is that they're not actually raising money on the Give Send Go for Carmelo Anthony, at least according to the text of the Give Send Go, for the murder. The murder already occurred. They're raising money for the criminal defense, again, which is legal. It's something that you are entitled to in the United States of America, so that's what they're raising money for in that particular case. Also, in addition to that, they're not raising money for Shiloh Hendricks to say the N-word to a black kid age 5 to age 10. They're raising money to relocate her due to the fact that there was a wildly disproportionate reaction to
No, we're gonna lose.
Her, trying to threaten her and whatnot, and they're trying to help her have safety. Now, in contrast to that, raising money for people to go through a transit procedure or raising money for people to do an abortion is raising money for the action, and in those particular cases,
fucker.
To be harmful to a child.
Well, that's their parents' responsibility. That's like if my child, and I have several children, if my child was called something bad, I would take my child aside and I would tell them.
You just said that one of the caveats.
Hang on,
you just said one of the caveats for Give Send Go is the protection of children. You talked about the transitioning process. You talked about
Bit of a waste of the
abortion,
boosts
which is
there.
obviously your Christian perspective on that, and I'm simply saying, why doesn't it include children being racially abused?
So despite Piers Morgan's grandstanding on this particular issue, he is in fact the one that is being inconsistent, and he is in fact the one that's pushing for censorship. Now, I also want to point out that Amy Cooper ends up being mentioned throughout the course of this conversation, and then Piers Morgan defames Amy Cooper by saying that she racially abused a minority, which just goes to show you what a failed grasp of reality Piers Morgan actually has on these particular issues.
3 years ago in New York City, in the middle of the city, there was an altercation between a woman and a black man over bird watching and dogs, and her name was Amy Cooper. And to this day, 3 years later, she hasn't been able to find a job. Because she made a bad mistake saying the wrong thing in a particular moment.
What's up, Nate?
You racially abused him. If you racially abuse people, you are made accountable for your actions.
So for the rest of your life,
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences, probably for your professional life, for the rest of your professional life.
No, Amy Cooper did not racially abuse Christian Cooper. By the way, they're not related even though they have the same last name. What happened was she was walking her dog in an area of Central Park called the Ramba. Christian Cooper, who describes himself as a bird watcher, didn't like that, so he told her to leash her dog. She said no, and then he pulled out dog treats and implied that he was going to steal her dog as a punishment for her. So again, she, being a woman alone in the park, being confronted by a man, called the police based on this. And by the way, this is not according to me, this is not according to Amy Cooper, this is according to Christian Cooper's original Facebook post. But because it was in 2020, because people liked the Karen meme, this race hoax ended up ruining this woman's life. Because we have a culture that's so backwards on race that a white person, a white woman, getting into an argument with a black person is considered evil, white, and racist. And I will just point out, if you switch the races, if you have made them both the same race, you are going to get this result each and every time when you have a man confront somebody alone in the park and threaten to steal their dog as punishment for the woman refusing to obey the man. This will happen 100% of the time. It was completely justified, and by the way, we ended up finding out later on that Christian Cooper had gotten into fights and other altercations with other people walking dogs. That's why he, not being a dog owner, carried the dog treats on him. So this was a guy looking for a conflict. He got the conflict, and rather than being punished and held accountable for his actions, her life ended up getting ruined, and this guy ended up getting a National Geographic show. So yeah, Piers Morgan, absolutely embarrassing due to his lack of knowledge on this particular case.
That's the crazy part. The guy got a fucking Nat Geo show. The fuck?
For the rest of her life.
Some race baiting cunt.
Using a man. Again, calling the cops on somebody who's threatening to take her dog because she refused to obey him alone in the park when he confronted her. Absolutely shameful and disgusting. And of course, this segment ends up capping off with another ridiculous moment where Piers Morgan decides to dare Lily into saying,
I mean, it's pretty fun.
And by the way, I think she was about to do it, which is kind of hilarious. But then Mark Lamont Hill
But I'm not losing my mind.
loses his mind.
Say
Over
the
it.
N- Go on, say the N-word. Go on.
No. I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racial slur to me, because I'm the only one here. So if she says it, I'm the victim of it. So please don't invite her for ratings.
I'm the
Call
victim.
me the N-word, 'cause that's basically what it's going to be. There's a bunch of white people up here. You and one Uncle Tom on the left here, and to ask her to say the N-word while I'm here is ridiculous.
But everyone else is the
Jewish
racist.
person and say, please use a Jewish slur in front of this Jewish. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't have any bad intent, Piers. I understand what you're trying to do. But we already know she's racist. And I don't want to invite a racial harm to me.
I hear you.
I genuinely, legitimately hate the left and how embarrassing they are. And Mark Lamont Hill having a meltdown over the prospect of a white woman not even saying the N-word to her, but saying the N-word on this show after she was provoked and dared to say it by Piers Morgan. Again, the idea of that, having this meltdown, is ridiculous from top to bottom. It's embarrassing, and it just goes to show you how performative all of this is. Mark Lamont Hill said the N-word throughout the course of this segment. Myra Gaines, who is actually of African descent, and Mark Lamont Hill doesn't like that, by the way. He doesn't think that he is black in the American sense, which you can make the case for that, has said this throughout the course of this particular segment, but the prospect, the idea that he might hear it from this white girl sent him into this rage. He had this meltdown over it, which is just embarrassing for all of us to see. I mean, honestly, seriously, all you had to do was be sane, sober-minded, and say, I don't like the idea that this woman hurled that epithet at a child. Mark Lamont Hill had to take it a step further and infantilize the child, who's probably age 10, said that he was a baby, and then he caps off the whole segment with this ridiculous meltdown, which, by the way, Piers Morgan responds to by apologizing to him, proving that Piers Morgan is consumed with white guilt and the need to virtue signal. So yeah, this panel, embarrassing in every possible way, but it was designed to be this way. The most cringe element
It's probably
of it,
tier
other
10.
than Mark Lamont Hill having that meltdown, is Piers Morgan bringing on somebody who's famous for being a white girl who said the N-word, again, not against a black person, not with a hard R, but that's why she's famous, and then getting angry and virtue signaling against her based on her saying, yeah, I said the word. Again, ridiculous in every possible way, and there's a reason why all of these people would be brought on the show again, and I'd never get invited, but, you know, I'll leave that up to your imagination. Now, of course, I want to leave this up to you guys out there in the audience. If you like this video, show me by leaving a like, tell me what you think in the comments, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me with some more links in the description of this video, but this has been me talking about this absurd panel on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Till
I like big guns, and I cannot lie.
Bro, I'm getting my ass handed to me. These old butts. Yeah. It's a pack I installed. I like these operations. It's like PvE. You have to do like missions, basically. You should try this, dude. It's actually really fun. It's a big download, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, huge. Like 80? There's so many ships. Only I knew where I installed it, I could check how much it is unpacked, but I have no idea where I installed it. Well, shit. It's probably on my external. Yep. It's 73 gigs on disk. Oh, that should do nicely.
This is Base Commander. All batteries restored successfully. Support ship returning to base.
Attention. Our defenses are overrun by the enemy. The principal attack is about to begin.
Reconnaissance. Principal attack is underway.
Attention. A large enemy aircraft carrier entered the combat zone. Destroy her.
Ooh. Oh. Check that out. It's only a minute.
We have more breaking news to tell you about. Remember this guy driving a Tesla, terrorizing other drivers in a number of Southern California road rage incidents a few years ago? Well, his name is Nathaniel Radamak. He's been arrested again, this time in Hawaii. Radamak was charged with multiple counts of assault in LA County in January of 2023. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. And he didn't serve that 5 years. He was paroled in August of last year against the wishes of a number of his local victims. In the Hawaii case, he's accused of assaulting an 18-year-old female driver and her mother, who was a passenger, after a traffic incident yesterday in Honolulu.
You know, at some point in time, you just gotta look at California Democrats and say, you are evil, I disavow you in every possible way, and this is a perfect example of a case that is reflective of that, because we're talking about a guy called Nathaniel Radamak, who you just heard was recently rearrested in the state of Hawaii for attacking women on the road. And the reason why this is on the state of California is because he was supposed to be serving a 5-year sentence for nearly a dozen attacks on women in the same exact scenarios due to his road rage. However, they released him in less than a year. He ended up going back out onto the streets, and what should be surprising to no one except a left-wing progressive, he has struck again. He has done the same exact crime. 2 more female victims in response to the fact that he was upset based on whatever occurred on the road, and we're supposed to pretend like
this isn't looking good for us.
That California made the right decision, and that Nathaniel Radamak is an innocent Baba Angel Aladdin who was just suffering from the consequences of poverty. And the real issue that we have in this particular case is that we just didn't arrest poverty. Explain to me how this is reflective of the fact that we need more welfare programs. Explain to me how this could not have been prevented by incapacitation, which, by the way, is the primary goal of prisons, to hold people that would reoffend out in society in custody so they don't reoffend out in society.
Stop sailing away from me, you fucker!
How anybody,
oh, damn it,
including the California Parole Board, thought releasing him was a good idea. Now, we're going to get into this. We are going to break this down, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
Today, the teen driver's uncle speaking to us tonight from Hawaii.
I would hope that, HPD does prosecute him and do a better job in California, of keeping him behind bars, so that hopefully he can at least learn a lesson, maybe get some sort of help. Seems he has anger issues, he's lashing out, and who knows what he might be capable of next.
Well, I guess it wasn't made for you, didn't it?
There was also an infant in the victim's car as well. Again, Nathaniel Radamak is in jail in Honolulu tonight. He'll be facing a judge soon to learn the official charges he will face there.
So look, there's a bunch of videos of him attacking cars. There's actually some videos of him getting out of the car at gas stations, and it appears he's getting into a fist fight with people there. It's ridiculous, it's over the top, and obviously this is a man that's completely out of control. Again, one of the clips that they open with is him reversing his vehicle on the highway in order to stop in front of another vehicle, and then he gets out with a weapon and proceeds to attack them. And the thing is, this is not an issue of post-diction, where we're looking at him reoffending after the fact, and we say, oh wow, they shouldn't have released him. We do a lot of that on this channel when we tie it to a specific policy, but in reality, this was foreseeable, this was predicted, and by the way, it was predicted by this same local news agency 8 months ago.
No.
When he was released.
Tectone got a ban for calling Frogan fat. The Job of the Hut cosplayer on Twitch? That's Frogan. She's the one that said she was glad that American soldiers got PTSD and shit.
But also
That one.
It makes me angry and disappointed to see that this person who has caused suffering.
She always wears a hijab and is like,
Nathaniel Radamack's Tesla road rage
yeah,
rampage spanned
fucked
LA
up.
County in 2022 and 2023. This incident
Extreme
on
lefty,
freeway in
obviously.
Glendale involving a crowbar, slashed tires, and an attack on a valet, both in West Hollywood. And this woman left with a black eye after she was punched outside the Santa Anita Mall.
So right there in the previous local news segment, they rattle off a bunch of different incidents that he had related to road rage, including an attack on a valet person, including beating a woman to the point where she had a black eye, a bunch of other property damage instances. And again, this is all from the segment 8 months ago when they released him early when he was granted parole. And again, he was granted parole less than a year in to a 5-year bid. Now, I hate to break it to you guys out there in the audience, but when you get sentenced
so
to
fucked.
any kind of prison term, you can expect to serve anywhere from half to 2/3 of it maximum before you're eligible for some form of early release, unless, of course, there's a mandatory minimum that requires you to serve a specific amount of time in prison. So California would not be unique if he was released 2.5 to 3 years into the sentence, especially if you consider he might have been held pre-trial, which, by the way, in the state of California, they actually give you double time credits. So it takes 1 day that you're in jail.
Oh, terrible shots.
2 days off your sentence going forward. But the fact is, even recognizing how prison time is often much shorter
oh, he
than
died.
the listed amount of time
We're so fucked.
that you hear from the judge when you're in court and when you're convicted, this is significantly early. Again, this guy convicted of multiple assaults, multiple attacks. Some of the attacks use weapons. There was property damage. There was attacking individuals, people at work that have low escapability, like the valet, women that are vulnerable. He also attacked them, and he served less than a year before he was granted parole. He shouldn't have even gotten a parole hearing, let alone been granted parole. But that's the thing.
I'm the only one alive. Yeah, never mind.
They are closing prisons in order to artificially reduce their capacity for inmates. They then shift these individuals to the county jail, and then the county jails end up being full,
Why
so
not?
they have to chuck these people out. They also do things that have been talked about by people like Anna Kasperi.
We lost everything.
Big,
Wow.
strong, big bad Anna.
Which is reclassify a bunch of violent crimes, like all these different various assaults.
It's gonna
as
burn out
non-violent
eventually.
crimes, so it looks like they're just releasing non-violent individuals.
It's just gonna
But
happen.
obviously, this guy is violent. Obviously, he was not only convicted of this, but most of these attacks were caught on video.
The more you use it,
So
the
this guy
faster it
is
goes.
a
But it's
problem.
usually like
He
when
has
you
shown
really
that
like
he
start
will repeat
overwriting stuff.
behavior, and guess what?
Constantly.
He is arrested again. He has attacked 2 other women on the road, and again, this was 100% predictable. And again, we will point to the previous victims who predicted it.
But tonight, Radamack is out of prison on parole after serving less than a year of a 5-year sentence for stalking, criminal threats, assault, and vandalism.
This was
I forgot
just
where to
one
see the-
isolated incident, which begs the question: is there hope?
Oh yeah,
for
make sure you play on the
rehabilitating
EU version
repeat
if you do.
offenders?
Look, to be clear, the data on rehabilitation is mixed, and some people do, in fact, become rehabilitated at certain points in time in their life. However, we do not have a good grasp or a good understanding of that. That being said, in this particular case, what rehabilitation could have been instituted for this individual? He was sentenced to 5 years, let out less than a year, so there's no real consequences for his actions. There's no deterrent effect for him to do it again, and in addition to that, you don't even incapacitate him, so you're just priming the society that he's going to move back into for further victimization. And
Yeah,
all the
so you get like a
victims
bunch of
that were
shit.
attacked by him previous had the truth of it at the time that they did this parole hearing.
Several of his victims speaking today during a virtual press conference expressing their frustrations with the criminal justice system.
I highly doubt Radamack has learned from his mistakes and will be coming out a changed person after a short time.
We deserve a system that protects and supports victims.
You can get
not
premium,
allows
2
perpetrators to
premium
commit
ships,
crimes with such
5 million
small
creds, and a bunch
So
of
you have
garbage.
these women right here that are saying, yeah, they should have held him. He's not going to be rehabilitated in that short amount of time. And I just want to point out that all these different progressives, all these different people that advocate for the criminal will also call themselves feminists. They will also call themselves defenders of women. They will also call out toxic masculinity and male violence against women. But the fact is, when they're faced with a male that is committing violence, and by the way, very disproportionately, it appears that he targets women with these road rage incidents, they let him out early. They give him a slap on the wrist. And again, I will point out, this is due to the fact that Gavin Newsom has artificially reduced prison capacity by closing prisons, and then they cite the overcrowding in the remaining prisons as an excuse for releasing these people early.
So how is it that Rademack is free after less than a year? A legal expert explaining it's due to overcrowding in California's prisons.
If someone commits a violent crime, like robbery, murder, rape, something of that nature, they will be kept longer into their sentence, 60 to the 80% marker. Anything short of that, criminal threats, vandalism, such as this case that we're talking about, it could be only 30 to 50%, which would explain why he got out so much sooner than everyone anticipated.
They're fun
So they
too.
get this guy out here and he says, look, we try to hold people that are rapists, murderers, and more serious offenders for longer periods of time, but in case
I'm just giving you an option. This one's free, right? They're the ones you gotta buy.
They're going to be released 30% of the way into their sentence, which is much, much earlier. And I want to point out that 30% of a 5-year bid would be 1.5 years. So this is not even 30% of his sentence. And in addition to that, the crime that this guy
Yes, it
committed
is.
was not vandalism. When you're punching women in the face, when you're on video assaulting a valet driver, when you're attacking people, you're not vandalizing cars. Like, what the hell is this guy even talking about? But this is what California does. They reclassified violent offenses. And by the way, the voters did not know that they were going to do this when they voted for propositions like Prop 47 into the non-violent category, despite the fact that they're
Oh, I think Victoria is like 10 gigs,
obviously,
right? So
for ourselves, and then they release them
it'll be
based
fine.
on these imagined or reimagined classifications. And this is the consequence of that. 2 more women are attacked, again, less than a year after he was released way too early on his 5-year sentence.
The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation says Rademack was given 424 days of credit for time served while he awaited sentencing. His victims are cautious now that he's free.
Again, I didn't even have to watch this full segment to understand how he was released early in the state of California. Because he was awaiting trial in jail, he got that double credit, which gave him 422 days. Then he had like something like 8 months. So again, he's still under 2 years. So in and around 40% on a serious assault, a serious series of assaults, by the way. And then he was granted parole, even though obviously he learned nothing based on his actions. And this is just allowed to roll unimpeded in the state of California, because God forbid we hold the people who jump out of their car in the middle of the highway and savagely beat women accountable, because if we did do that, that would be really crushing. And how would this man be able to feed his starving family? Again, you may think he punched this woman in the face, the one with the black eye, because he can't control his behavior, because he's a violent individual, and therefore he should be removed from society. But did you think to yourself that the real problem was poverty? Did you think to yourself that we should put out an APB for poverty? As soon as we find out what car poverty is driving, what poverty is wearing, then maybe we could make that arrest and then solve this particular case, because that is how the left-wing Democrats in the state of California view this, even though that's absurd.
Many of the victims are terrified that
double
Mr.
up tier.
Rademack will retaliate against them. Consider yourself warned. We will not be intimidated by you, and we will not be deterred.
So look, they bring out Gloria Allred, who is a very famous left-wing feminist lawyer. She's the go-to when you have a woman as the client, for you to get somebody to defend you, get in the press and whatnot. And in this instance, I totally agree with her, although I understand why some people would just be put off by her based on her past actions and whatnot. But yeah, she's actually 100% right here. But get a load of the LA County District Attorney's Office distancing themselves from this particular case.
And the LA County District Attorney's Office also releasing a statement in response to Rademack's release, clarifying that it does not determine an inmate's release, and that and victim notification is up to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
Now look, normally I would throw the LA DA's office under the bus for this particular case, but the fact is they have a new representative, so the guy who's heading the office now wasn't heading it at the time that this segment was actually dropped. So again, it's not Gascon anymore, it's the new guy, the Republican who masqueraded as an independent in order to win this position and prosecute people, go with a tough on crime mindset. And in reality, that statement about how it's determined by the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation is actually true. The state is what is passing these laws. Gavin Newsom, the guy pretending to be a moderate, in order to release these people. And I like the fact that they decided to rename the Department of Corrections to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation as a way to address the issues with the failing prison system, as if that does anything. But we all know that the Democratic playbook, the left-wing playbook, is that when there's an actual problem, just rename it and pretend that it's solved, and then the media will go along with it. So yeah, obviously this guy was going to be a reoffender. Obviously he was going to attack somebody again. He happened to go to the state of Hawaii and do that, and maybe they'll
not
prosecute
even
him more
close.
seriously there, but nobody should be surprised by this. And honestly, the Democrats should be ashamed of this, because this was so
close.
obviously predictable. They quite literally predicted it 8 months ago when he was released early. Now, of course, I want to know what you guys think about this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, then show me by leaving the like. Subscribe for more content. Follow me on my social media. Support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about a man who beats women.
A new statue in Times Square we're told, turning heads. It's making people not only stop and stare, but also reflect. A rare feat in the middle of one of the busiest places in the world. Zinnia Maldonado shows us why.
You know, oftentimes I ask the question, do the people who promote this nonsense ever get sick of it? Do they ever find it ridiculous? Are there ever signs that their true beliefs are actually coming through these local news segments? Well, I believe at this particular segment right here, the moment where this expression comes across this man's face, that's when he realized that he was covering an absolutely ridiculous story, another statue-based virtue signal out of the city of New York. And this time, the subject of this story is this 12-foot tall, overweight black woman statue that was just plopped in the middle of Times Square.
That looks so bad, bro.
By a British artist.
Holy
that's
shit.
supposedly there to make us think, there to be provocative, there to show us something about our society. But in reality, in actuality, it is in fact just a statue that's 12 feet tall of an overweight black woman. And by the way, I actually talked about this when I was on Timcast IRL.
This is like the girl, we were talking about it earlier, that they put in front of the Wall Street Bull.
Yeah.
Where they're like, it's such a powerful symbol. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's not.
It's a 15-foot tall statue of like an angry black woman. Like, this is like an ode. They should put this in front of the DMV, honestly.
That's great.
And I do, to this day, stand by the fact that this should be in front of the DMV, not in Times Square in the middle of the city of New York. But let us get into some of these fawning segments over this particular statue, even though, again, it is mediocrity at its best. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
At 12 feet tall, in the middle of Times Square, stands a bronze sculpture of a young woman.
It's instantly stood out. It's powerful.
It's so tall and big. The sculpture, created by artist Thomas Price, was unveiled at Duffy Square last week, and in just a matter of days, it has stopped hundreds in their tracks. Who is she? Well, technically, she's whoever you want her to be.
So immediately they interview a bunch of different people at Times Square. You have a gay guy saying, oh my god, it's so powerful, it's so beautiful, which I will respond. How is it powerful? How is it beautiful? And then you interview two white people that are in and around Times Square, and they say that it's so tall, which I guess is the most objectively true descriptor of this, as this bronze statue is 12 feet tall. But the idea that, oh, this is not actually any individual person, this is whoever you want it to be, is some kind of intelligent statement, is ridiculous and absurd from top to bottom. Again, this is a basic bronze statue. When I tell you what this is supposed to compare to a little bit later, you're going to be even more embarrassed for the people that are fawning over it. But it's ridiculous. It's absurd. And by the way, it's not even original. Do you guys remember when they put the little girl in front of the Raging Bull on Wall Street during Trump's first term, and this was supposed to be a powerful image that was supposed to, oh my god, change everything and whatnot? It's not going to do that. It's just crazy. And unfortunately, the New York City committee that controls whether or not they're going to have these art installations in different parts of the city is definitely going to say that this statue stays here permanently. And I also want to point out that it is going to be mentioned in some of these segments that this is in response to the statues of white people at Times Square, even though those white people at Times Square are crucial founding figures to either the state of New York, the country, or the continent as a whole.
Me being a plus-size black woman, I kind of looking at it was like, oh, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that. Representation.
Look, if this woman likes the statue, then that's on her. I don't want to make fun of her all that much, but I do want to point out that her name is Blessing Obese, which sounds like obese.
Yo, give me this up.
To be a plus-size woman, so I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. But also, she ends that
Still
statement
Hassan,
by
right?
saying,
It's always
I
Hassan.
wonder what me as a little girl would have
Oh,
thought
speaking
of
of.
this statue, you know, representation. And this is just the take of the left wing.
It's 1 minute
about these particular
and 1
kind of
second.
installations, which is to say as many buzzwords as quickly as possible in order to, you know, kind of sound like you know what you're talking about. And I just want to point out for everybody
Come
out
on,
there in the
come on.
audience that there are fewer fields
Hey,
in American
decent heat.
culture where black people have
For
more
once.
influence than the arts. If they had put up a statue of a black person that contributed to the arts, even if it was an overweight black woman, I would have no problem with it at all whatsoever, because again, other than professional sports, probably, there is no field where they've contributed more to American culture than in the arts. And yeah, if you want to give them credit for that, that's totally fine. But this statue is meant to be the mediocre, average black woman that is only special based on the fact that she is a black woman. That's it. That's all that's appealing. And I will just make the case, as I would for white people, Asian people, Hispanic people, or any kind of people of any kind of origin, that just being a category on a form does not make you special. What you do, what you contribute is what makes you special. And it's kind of disrespectful to all the black historical figures.
I could have made it way longer, but I wanted a short one.
Just put up a random overweight black woman and expect people to say that it's so powerful, so stunning and brave, and it's even more disrespectful that this somehow works.
The piece is part of a series called Grounded in the Stars, which Gene Cooney, director of Times Square Art, says confronts preconceived notions of identity and representation.
To have this work here is making a statement, potentially asking questions about what we value as a city, as a society, and hopefully it's a tribute to our shared humanity.
You know, when you get information like that from the director of this art organization, you realize that there's no substance behind anything that they're doing. She's like, oh, we think that this is making a statement, or maybe it's asking questions, or maybe it's reflective of our shared values. Also, we're challenging some notions on what you think and whatnot. And honestly, all I have to say to all of that is shut up. Shut up, lady. Stop talking. You have no point at all whatsoever. You are a woke left-wing progressive that's probably a multi-millionaire, and when you heard overweight black woman statue in the middle of Times Square, you're like, oh, that will be good virtue points. I will get positive attention for this. People will cheer me for this, and oh my god, everybody is going to just be blown away by the fact that I'm so virtuous that I put a giant mediocre black woman, again, that looks like she's working at the DMV, in the middle of Times Square. And it's going to be such a big hit. I'm going to get so much praise at the cocktail parties that nobody's going to point out that this is a very basic statue that doesn't mean anything, and it's just a giant virtue signal for the organization.
Tourists and New Yorkers
apparently, according to Hassan, yes.
She represents to them.
I'm just showing the difference, right? Tikton banned for 2 weeks because he called a fat bitch a fat bitch. And then on the other side, their golden boy does all of the fucking terrorist propaganda and calling people like genociders, and like that's fine. No, he's fine.
In a way that people don't understand.
God, this platform needs some
with this art right here, which by the way in
new management,
different videos and whatnot and articles has been compared to Michelangelo's The David. Michelangelo's The David, one of the most significant historical pieces of art in Western history, versus this crummy bronze statue. Even the technical ability to carve a statue that detailed like the David, which by the way I've seen in person out of marble, it's far more superior to this bronze statue that honestly looks like it was manufactured in a factory, just being plopped right here. And by the way, if you guys don't understand the significance of the David, I totally understand. You kind of have to see it in person in order to get it, because even though you've seen pictures of the David probably your whole life, in reality, when you actually witness it in person, you realize that no photo can capture the beauty, can capture the gravitas of this piece. And this is why when I went in person to Florence in order to see it for myself, I decided not to take photos of it to show you guys, but to actually record people walking into the room where you see it. And by the way, you notice this thing from across the room. That's how freaking striking it is. And their reactions tell you all you need to know. Again, just look at the faces of these individuals as they're interacting with this art piece, as they're seeing it in person for the first time and tell me you're gonna get the same reaction by looking at this 12-foot tall black woman statue. Tell me that this is equivalent. Tell me you truly believe that this is a recreation of that level of artisticness and that level of cultural significance as presented to us in the data.
That's why he uses them so much.
It
Yeah.
is not. Obviously, that's a ridiculous
But calling a fat person fat,
assertion.
that's getting you banned.
It's a ridiculous assertion, but
It's
this
such a
is what the
ridiculous
left wants to do.
premise.
They want to bring our
The whole
culture down
fucking
to the lowest common denominator. They want to pollute our culture with all these different various symbols. And by the way, while they're doing this, they're going out and tearing down his
And I could have made it much longer than 1 minute, right? Like I just chose 3 fucking examples.
Our American heritage, our shared American heritage, by the way, which black
I
people
didn't even add
definitely include.
the America deserved 9/11, for example, which he loudly proclaimed.
Of what you think is beautiful and whatnot, and in reality, if it does, that just proves that you're dumb. Again, go see any of the crazy historical art pieces that you've been told about and shown in movies or whatnot, and I guarantee you, when you do,
Yeah.
when you look upon
Yeah,
our
it looks so
shared history,
bad.
whether it be Western
It's so
history
funny.
or American history or our global history as a species, it will conjure up something different in you. It will show a connection to our shared humanity, to our shared history that is not replicated by these woke artists trying to challenge something and trying to say that all the great historical pieces that are made by civilizations that we still study to this very day are somehow inferior because some of those historical pieces were made by white men. And by the way, this isn't the first
This is gonna hurt.
black woman that this artist has put up in public.
Why they take forever to put it up, man? That's that's bullshit.
In New Orleans, in a part of the park that is actually on the walking path of a black woman that's 9 feet tall, looking
Nice. I just got the shot off.
replica of this
Please hit
statue that
something.
was actually placed in Florence.
Hey, good hit, CNL hit. Get fucked. I needed that. That was like 20k.
And that one is
Nice.
in gold. And apparently a lot of people are angry because the Italian people are vandalizing this statue. And guess what? While I don't condone destruction of property or anything of the sort, they put this statue in a square that I've been to in Florence. It's the same area where I saw the David. It's in a museum, the David, that's adjacent to this. And yeah, it's among a bunch of historic statues that are reflective of Italian culture, and then plopped dab in the middle of this is this average mediocre black woman looking on the phone. So I would argue that the statue itself is vandalization, that the statue itself doesn't belong there, that the statue itself is modern trash amongst historical artifacts. But apparently that's not good enough for the Italian government, who has condemned the vandals of this golden statue of a black woman looking at her phone as evil, white, and racist. How dare you, with all this wonderful art and history in Florence, not respect this non-historical modern garbage? You're absolute scum, and you need to shut up, you evil white racist.
The sculpture proves to be a well-liked juxtaposition placed
Right.
among the traditional statues in Times Square.
Dude, they do that here too, bro.
According to officials,
It's like, oh, we want to come to your country because our country is a shithole, and then they come here and they're like, oh, your country needs to be more like our country. What the fuck? Get the fuck back out, dude. Like,
placing said
But
artwork
no.
in such a significant area.
Coming from a person of color background as well, it's really nice to see something come across as like this everyday
oh fuck, we didn't.
person that looks a little bit out of place, but I also think that's because of where we are standing. It might not look out of place if everything in our surrounding reflected everyday life more to us.
I genuinely, truly hate this idea so
would
much
come in
that
handy
everything
right about
around us
now.
needs to
Yeah.
reflect everyday, mundane life. It's
Yeah, that's
ridiculous,
probably
it's
dead
absurd,
on.
and again, it's to drag us down to the lowest common denominator. Sometimes art is aspirational. Sometimes anything is meant to be aspirational. This is something
It's an
that we
invasion.
discovered, by the way, with the whole Victoria's
It's actually a
Secret
really good way to
plus-size
put it.
model thing, where we were told by the left wing, people who don't shop at Victoria's Secret, that in reality what they needed to do was drop the attractive models, get these plus size models, and the reason they needed to do that is because women
They come
want
here,
to
leech
see
us dry, and
models
try to
that
subvert
look
us from the
their own
inside.
on display on these advertisements. But what actually happened? How did people actually
And we're like,
react
yay,
to these plus-size
multiculturalism.
models? What
Fucking
happened
hell.
is that instead of seeing Victoria's
So
Secret
dumb.
as this aspirational brand, instead of seeing seeing these women that are super attractive and thinking, hey, you know what? I will be more attractive if I wear those clothes. People started thinking that Victoria's Secret was the brand for fat girls, and they didn't want to buy it because they didn't want to be the fat girl. Again, whether or not they look like the model or not, that is neither here nor there. In reality, it
Yeah,
was
that
meant
too.
to be something prestige. It was meant to be something, again, that you aspire to, and an average mundane person in and amongst a bunch of historical figures is not aspirational. And the idea that we need to tear down the aspirations of our civilization, the idea that you would do something that would make you worthy of being remembered, is absolutely shameful and disgusting. And again, it is reflective of a shared shame in our history that is not warranted, that is not justified. And again, I will add, if you think that this is the equivalent of the David, one of Michelangelo's most iconic pieces, you're an absolute doof, you're an absolute idiot. And by the way, I will add, even on top of this, that there are wonderful contributions to our culture from black artists, from black women. You could have honored any one of them and I would have been totally fine with it, but instead they chose to honor the mundane. Instead, they chose to build an altar to themselves, to mediocrity, and that is what we have on display right here, because again, they don't want you to be inspired. They don't want you to aspire to greatness.
$300 could get you very far there, though.
Accept your mediocre position in life.
Might even get you
never
kidnapped.
Do anything, never go against the grain, and then say, oh wow, they're stunning and brave for doing that. You think any of these people, the British artists, the people behind this art installation, do anything in their life to be mundane? This is all their virtue signal. They're trying to stick out by saying, oh my god, we're just like you grubby, stupid pores, you lowlives. And
Oh, he got citadelled immediately.
Regular, ordinary
Rape.
black women, because they're black, they're supposed to be special, in a t-shirt making a scowling face, because isn't that stunning, brave, and beautiful? No, it's not. It's not aspirational. It is not what our culture should aspire to be. And again, this is at the center of Times Square, which is adds on to the absurdity. So I'm sure this will stay for the next 100 years. But of course, I want to know what you guys think about this down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the destruction of our culture. Till next time.
Starting on Monday, prosecutors in Hennepin.
Let me grab something. You like 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Turkish. Oh, we lost. Sad.
Hennepin County are being asked to enact a very controversial policy. They will be required to consider race when offering plea deals. It's part of a new policy from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty.
You know, typically on this
I mean, I do enjoy some
headline
torpedoes
or a
sometimes,
story like this, I'm supposed
but
to
not
be
when I'm on the
shocked.
receiving
supposed
end.
to tell you that this is something that we never expected in the United States of America, but the fact is, we're talking about Hennepin County. We're talking about District Attorney Mary Moriarty, and I can't tell you that I'm even remotely surprised by a memo that said that starting today, Hennepin County prosecutors are to factor in race when offering terms for a plea deal. Now, the obvious implication of this is that if you are black, if you are minority, if you are non-white, you will get better terms for your plea agreements by virtue of the fact that, again, you are non-white. Now, this is obviously wildly unconstitutional, but it is not remotely surprising. Again, Mary Moriarty was elected after the George Floyd incident. This was the woman that they decided to go with during the height of the Black Lives Matter hysteria, and she had a
I will be
track
swapping
record
over to
prior
Cyberpunk, I
to
think,
becoming the district
soon.
attorney in this area, where she was a public defender for years. And in fact, she was so woke and so obnoxious, they actually had to boot her out of the public defender's office. Do you know how left-wing you have to be removed from a public defender's office in the United States of America? Almost all of the left-wing Soros DAs are lifetime public defenders. So do you know how race-obsessed you have to be for those people in that office to say, you know what, it's too much for us to work with you? Well, guess what? The people of Minneapolis, the people of Hennepin County decided that we're going to look at that record, we're going to acknowledge that this person is absolutely crazy, and then we're going to put her in office as the prosecutor. So you can't be surprised by this, but we're still going to talk about it because it's absolutely fascinating. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
This new policy was sent to me by sources within the Hennepin County Attorney's Office concerned that the policy could be unconstitutional if they start taking race-based government actions in their role as prosecutors. This is a new negotiation policy set to go into effect Monday
Oh, that's a lot of
in Hennepin
guns.
County Attorney Mary Moriarty's office. In it, Moriarty lays out several considerations, including race, that a prosecutor should take when extending plea deal offers to defendants. The policy says proposed resolution should consider the person charged as a whole person, including their racial identity and age. While those factors should not be controlling, they should be part of the overall analysis. Prosecutors should be identifying and addressing racial disparities at decision points as appropriate.
So credit to the legitimate prosecutors in the Hennepin County District Attorney's Office who are likely going to be fired over leaking this memo to the local news right there. But as you can see, based on those excerpts, Mary Moriarty is clearly and obviously directing her prosecutors in order to factor in race in terms of plea agreements. Now, if you didn't realize that this was coded for black people, for black criminals to be particular, then you could see it right there where they start highlighting the fact that they need to address sentencing disparities when they're prosecuting cases in Hennepin County. So because black people murder more, that means that murder is evil, white, and racist. Therefore, black murderers need to get reduced sentences in the city of Minneapolis and in Hennepin County as a whole. Now, obviously, this is absurd from top to bottom. Obviously, this is wildly unconstitutional, but again, it is not surprising considering the record of Mary Moriarty. Now, a lot of people made hay of the fact that they recently arrested a vandal who attacked 6 different Teslas for political reasons, and Mary Moriarty's office immediately redirected that particular case out of criminal court and into a diversion program. But this is the standard operating procedure for this office, and it has been like that for a while. And by the way, Minneapolis in particular has suffered the consequences of this.
The policy says proposed resolution should consider the person charged as a whole person, including their racial identity and age. While those factors should not be controlling, they should be part of the overall analysis. Prosecutors should be identifying and addressing racial disparities at decision points as appropriate.
But that being said, it is still absolutely insane to see this in black and white on paper, a legitimate memo that again says that starting today, at the time that I'm filming this video, they are going to be considering race in terms of plea agreements, because the fact is, the people who are going to be most hurt by this particular policy are black people themselves. The law-abiding black person does not benefit from them trying to protect the black criminal, because guess what? I'm sure you guys already know this. If you are victimized by a black criminal, the chances are you're a black person yourself. The chances are you're a black person living in a bad neighborhood. So imagine you have this prosecutor right here proposing to be your savior, saying she's going to get revenge for George Floyd and slavery and all the systemic structures and systemic systems. And the way that she's going to do that is that the perpetrator of crimes against you is going to get a sweetheart plea deal. The perpetrator of crimes against your family, the person who stole your car, the person who assaulted you, the person who shot you, the person who may have killed a family member of yours, is going to get a little bit of a break because, you know, evil white racism factored into the equation, and we must fight at all times evil white racism. I mean, have you checked under your bed lately? I know that there's a dead body in front of your place and that's somebody you love dearly, but have you checked under your bed for evil white racism? Because Mary Moriarty is hunting that down. That's what she wants to prosecute. She's also looking to arrest poverty, so if anybody has a description on poverty or evil white racism, then please direct your calls to the Hennepin County Prosecutor's Office, because they would love to hear that. Now, of course, if you have any information on a criminal, if you have any information on a crime and that crime was committed by a black person, don't call. Just deal with it. Honestly, the fact that you even want justice for your family members or for yourself, that just shows that you've internalized evil white racism. So please shut up with your evil white racism. I'm not kidding about this. This is actually in the memo. And the crazy thing is that it says to focus on race. That's the whole point of the memo. But in other parts of the memo, as reported by this local news agency, it says, look, you can't use race as a determining factor, which everybody already knows. Everybody would already understand is unconstitutional. But this is obviously meant to send a message to all these prosecutors that you are supposed to use race, while at the same time saying, oh, by the way, we don't factor in race when we're looking at these things, although you should factor it in and you should see it as, you know, a part of the overall picture. But we definitely 100% are not advocating that you prosecute somebody less or more depending on their race, because that would absolutely be horrible and unconstitutional. But also think about race as a part of the whole
My
picture.
turn rate is so slow.
Disparities, and think about arresting disparities, because it's just unfair that black people kill people more, therefore they get arrested for murder more, and Mary Moriarty is here to correct that.
KARE 11 News provided a copy of the policy received from sources in the county attorney's office to University of St. Thomas law professor Rachel Moran, former prosecutor Imran Ali, and U of M constitutional law professor Jill
Someone's using the broken
Ali
skin.
says he understands confusion expressed privately among prosecutors about whether it means race should be considered when proposing a prison sentence.
Our law, our sentencing guidelines that we have, that the criminal justice professionals use every single day in court, this seems to contradict our sentencing guidelines.
So I appreciate the local news trying to find 3 different experts in order to explain this policy, their take on this situation, and I also double appreciate the fact that they decided to go with the Goldilocks method of explaining this particular policy. So here you have a man who obviously knows his stuff, and he says that this policy too hot. Obviously, what you're trying to do is use race in violation of our prosecution guidelines as a factor when offering up plea deals. Then you have the next lady, the woke professor, who's like, oh, this policy's too cold. It doesn't do anything except good things, because we gotta think about the sentencing disparities. Because I don't know if you guys know this, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but because the people who are black tend to commit more crimes on average and have more criminal offenses, therefore they get sentenced more for those crimes, and that seems unfair, because I'm also very confused about cause and effect. What even is it? I'm not exactly sure.
Moran believes the policy was carefully written to avoid the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution.
I definitely think that some people will get worked up about the issue, but I don't see a constitutional problem. And that's specifically because the policy tells prosecutors to avoid racial disparities, not to create them.
And then we got the third lady who comes out here and says, you know what, this porridge is just right. Now, actually, she didn't really say that. What she pointed out is that the memo is contradictory, which is what I told you earlier. That in one part of the memo, it says consider race, and in another part, it says, oh, don't consider race, because obviously Mary Moriarty is trying to avoid any kind of constitutional challenges.
Hasday reads the policy as contradictory.
It both says don't take race into account, presumably because of the constitutional problems with taking race into account in addition to potentially political objections.
The fact is, even after assessing all the arguments from these 3 different experts, there's only one conclusion, and that is is
A lot.
that Goldilocks should not have gone to the third bowl of porridge and instead should have mixed the hot bowl of porridge with the cold one, and that way you would have had a temperature that was just correct and a lot more porridge, because what we found out is that the little bear's
It happens quite a
was
bit.
much smaller and it just didn't provide the sustenance for
You learn to
Goldilocks.
pay
But
attention.
in addition to that,
You can see it on the map too, right? There's like a little line that goes over my nose, so I can see if I'm gonna hit an island or not.
unconstitutional, completely absurd. And again, you also have to factor in, when you're analyzing this, who is proposing the policy. You have somebody that is elected post George Floyd. She is a Black Lives Matter activist that is, again, too woke, too annoying, and again, so obsessed with race, she was kicked out of the public defender's office. So obviously, we understand the angle that Mary Moriarty is going for.
But it simultaneously says this is something you should consider.
And because of that, Hasday believes the policy could face constitutional issues.
Excuse me.
Even if it was intentionally written to try to avoid them.
Problem for the drafters of this policy is, once you take race into account, it doesn't really matter what else you say. The policy is gonna be struck down.
Now look, the policy should 100% be struck down. Again, disparities in outcome that are the result in disparities in behavior are in no way, shape, or form indicative of evil white racism that's somewhere out there that we need to be on the lookout for, that's gonna come and get us at any moment in time. Again, if you want different outcomes in the criminal justice system, then try not committing crimes at a different rate than other groups of people that you're trying to make the comparison to. That is the only way to actually solve this problem, but unfortunately, another way, apparently, is to just elect a crap
That arranged now.
prosecutor who doesn't give a damn about victims, who only wants to protect the criminals, because she is a lifetime public defender. And that's exactly who Mary Moriarty is. And honestly, the people of Minneapolis, the people of Hennepin County, should be ashamed of themselves that they put this person in office.
Mary Moriarty declined an on-camera interview and didn't answer specific questions that I had regarding potential.
Her name's Moriarty.
In a
Can we
statement,
point that
a
out?
spokesperson wrote, in part, this policy acknowledges that there are many
The literal
factors to be considered.
bad guy from Sherlock fucking Holmes.
Race matters because we know unaddressed, unconscious biases lead to racial disparities, which is an unacceptable outcome.
Now, what's even crazier about this is that statement right there from the Hennepin County Prosecutor's Office. Again, we have this memo because prosecutors in that office knew what time it was. They knew what was going on, and they decided to get it out there to the public.
Right now, they're just not firing at me, so we're getting lucky.
They're going to get fired as soon as Mary Moriarty discovers that it was them. But of course, you have a statement that's like, no, we're trying to address the disparities. We're trying to stop the fact that more black people are going to prison.
Because there's other people closer. It's easier to hit a closer target than it is a far target.
White racist talking point. We're going to talk about unconscious bias.
Plus, I'm also the lowest tier in the game by 5.
But when you see
They're all 6 and 7.
where a black person kills another person, the real issue in that situation, the real problem that you're seeing right there, is the fact that you have unconscious bias. That makes you out there in the audience think, oh my god, that murderer should face consequences. But that's not what you would actually believe if you're a white person and you were looking at a white person. You would actually say in that circumstance, white people good, therefore they have the right to murder, but black people, you're just so racist against them that you think they should be held accountable for murder. Now, of course, that's ridiculous, that's absurd. If you actually hold that position, you're an absolute mad person. But the crazy thing is that Mary Moriarty holds that position, except of course she wants to give grace to the black criminal, and she's in office right now. She is currently prosecuting cases. She is supposed to represent the state in matters where they're trying to defend victims from these criminals and hold criminals accountable, and her worldview is,
Come on, I just need one good hit. No.
commits a crime, innocent Baba Angel Aladdin didn't do nothing wrong, and honestly, you have unconscious bias if you say otherwise.
It is hard to look at that though and not think, how can that be constitutional?
Right. Well, what Jill Hasday says, the constitutional law professor, she specifies that when it comes to age, Moriarty in the policy addresses reasons why age should be considered, that has to be science, brain development, and stuff like that. So Hasday thought that it was adequately explained for age to be constitutional, but she says the U.S. Supreme Court is so much stricter when it comes to race, and their past rulings make it clear that you can't cure societal problems with racial disparities by using race and action.
So it is interesting to see these local news people try to break this down, and they talk about how in this particular
Oh, it's just us two versus like 8 people. Wonderful.
or at least a kind of sort of adequate explanation for why you would factor in age of the offender when you're looking at plea bargains. I will also point out that this whole thing about your brain not developing till age 26, therefore we are not going to hold hold you accountable when you commit crimes before that is absurd in every possible way, because the fact is, most of the crimes that are being committed across all racial groups are between ages 14 and 25. So again, your brain might develop more after that, but if you've already committed a murder or something of the sort, you do need to be held accountable. Our society has deemed you to be an adult at age 18, and that is where we draw the line right now. So the full force of law, according to the Supreme Court, can be utilized against you.
The guy got fucked up by my secondaries. Come on, he's got 1 HP. Thank you.
You can't get the death penalty, you can't get life without the possibility of parole, you can't get life with parole if you're under the age of 18. But those are the lines that we have currently drawn. Mary Moriarty is trying to move that up and above that in order to protect the criminal, and I'm not on board with that. And I will also point out that Minneapolis specifically has a lot of problems with juvenile.
See, once we got targeted, we died pretty quickly.
That keep constantly getting released without charges by DA Mary Moriarty's office. Now, of course, I want to leave this up to you guys out there in the audience. Now, I know what you guys are going to say, but again, I will open it up for you anyway. Leave your comments, have a good time. As per usual, if you like this video,
to use the law. You elected me to go to court. You elected me to continue to challenge this administration. You elected me to stand up for the least of God's children. You elected me to continue fighting on. And I will fight on.
you know, it's kind of funny to see New York State Attorney General Letitia James grow ever more unhinged based on the prospect that she is going to be investigated for the lies that she told on financial documents related to properties after she drummed up that case against the evil Orange Man and was so happy, so elated by the fact that she was able to win that civil judgment against him and had been celebrating.
Let's get it
up until the
on.
moment that the evil Orange Man ended up winning his second term. So we are treated to video after video like the one that I played in the open of her just losing her mind repeatedly. But guess what? Some citizens in the state of New York are not having it, and she's starting to get heckled at different events, and I absolutely love it. And that's what we're going to talk about today, the demise of Letitia James. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
My question is for Tush James. Will you apologize to President Trump for wasting millions of dollars and the state of New York for a witch trial? And how does it feel to know that you will be in prison for mortgage fraud?
Kinda savage, not gonna lie.
Thank you for coming. We want to thank him for coming. We respect all opinions. Everybody knows those allegations are baseless. They're discredited. And so we want to thank him.
Hey, that's what Trump said.
Our next speaker.
So that question right there, so good, so hilarious, had me cracking up, and all the different various people in the audience that are booing this guy, that are saying that he should be ashamed of himself, that are calling the case against Letitia James a witch hunt, they need to shut the hell up, because in reality, Letitia James' mortgage fraud case is pretty basic, pretty straightforward. Anybody can look at the documents themselves, because it shows us beyond any shadow of a doubt that Letitia James was lying in order to secure better mortgage terms. And by the way, contrary to what the mainstream media is trying to tell you about this particular case, about how this is a Republican-led witch hunt, in reality, the guy who discovered these discrepancies in Letitia James' public filings based on her assets was actually Sam Antar, who is known as Crazy Eddie, or he was known as Crazy Eddie back in the 80s, which, by the way, ended up turning into America's greatest retail fraud in history. So yeah, this guy behind these commercials
Came up with lots of great ideas, but nothing as great as a new Crazy Eddie Edison New Jersey Superstore.
What the fuck?
Crazy Eddie's Edison New Jersey grand opening is going on right now through Sunday. Thousands of free Crazy Eddie t-shirts and baseball caps.
T-shirts.
All great Crazy Eddie Superstores are celebrating during Crazy Eddie's grand opening blowout blitz. So come on down to Edison, New Jersey. Thousands of free Crazy Eddie t-shirts and baseball caps. Let Crazy Eddie light up your life with prices that are insane.
That's funny, dude.
was the person who uncovered these documents, and the documents are in fact damning. Now, we've gone over this before, but I want to make it clear for everybody out there in the audience that these are legit. One of them is this letter right here, where Letitia James gave power of attorney to a relative in order to secure a purchase of a home. It's a 2-page document that is available in her public filings, and in this 2-page document, Letitia James, who signs this, has it notarized by an assistant attorney general, declares that she is going to make the property that they're going to buy her primary residence. Now, of course, if you make Virginia your primary residence as the New York Attorney General, or write that in a sworn document that you file in court, then one of two things has to be true. One is that you move to Virginia, therefore you are no longer the Attorney General, and since this document was filed just weeks before she ended up talking about the charges that she would file against the evil orange man, she was not actually the Attorney General at the time that she brought that case. But the actual explanation of this is that she committed fraud to get better terms on the mortgage, because your primary residence or your principal residence has better terms than a secondary residence, and that is why she needs to be held accountable, because that is fraud in order to get a lower interest rate, as she was going after the evil orange man for misrepresentations in documents in order to get lower interest rates on loans. And by the way, while Trump's case was bigger in terms of scale,
Done, you
because he had
bitch.
more properties, Trump's lawyers gave a disclaimer to the financial institutions that they needed to do their own valuations of the property, and they should do that, and they did do that, which is why they weren't even alleging to be victims. In this case, Letitia James committed the fraud and benefited from the fraud according to the allegations, or allegations as the Super Bear would call them.
False allegations and not facts.
Now, the second relevant portion of this is that Letitia James has a building with 5 apartment units in there.
Rude.
However, on her mortgage application, she lists that there are 4 apartment units on there. Now, the reason why this is absolutely crucial is because buildings with over 4 units, so 5 and above, have to get a commercial mortgage, which has worse rates, more regulations and whatnot. However, making your building a 4-unit building gives you a bunch of advantages in terms of finances, which, by the way, lying about the number of units is actually fraud. And it's funny that
I like this boat, dude. The fact that I don't have any AA whatsoever really sucks, but
his particular
the rest is pretty
building,
hilarious.
She does the same exact thing in order to get better rates on this property. Now, another thing that Letitia James has been caught dead to rights on is that on her mortgage application in 1983, she listed her father as her husband on that application.
Ah, fuck.
Which
They're
is
both gonna.
clearly and
Ooh,
obviously
they
fraud,
timed out.
because married couples have better advantages in terms of mother's money. Now, to be clear, that 1983 mortgage, that is beyond the statute of limitations, so Letitia James can't be prosecuted for that, but it does go to show a pattern of behavior for this woman, and this is why she's dead to rights, and this is why she's freaking out in all these different interviews and press conferences. And the funny thing is that Letitia James, when she was running for Attorney General, was talking about how she was going to find something to sue Trump over to try to sue him into bankruptcy. So the idea that they're going to call this out as a politically motivated prosecution when she ran on going after Trump and destroying his life, as indicated by this video during the primary for Democratic Attorney General.
I've taken on powerful interests like developers. I've taken on legislators. I've taken on landlords. I've taken on
Not having
powerful
anti-airs,
interests in the city of New York because I believe in a good fight. And right now, what we need is someone who understands that you should not be afraid, not be fearful of Donald Trump. We should take him down. We should sue him all the way to bankruptcy. We should investigate his business interests. We should investigate his business holdings. We should investigate whether or not why he was once in debt and now in a position to purchase all of this property. We can do that because I've been trained to do that, and I will do that at the same time knowing the Office of Attorney General and its powers and its responsibilities and
the
its
Office of
duties.
Attorney
My name is
General.
Letitia James, and I plan on being the
Office.
next Attorney General of the state of New York. God bless you and thank you.
Just shows you the absurdity of their claims now, all of a sudden talking about weaponization of the justice system.
And taxpayers may be footing the bill for Letitia James's legal fees related to that mortgage fraud, the series of allegations.
False allegations and not facts.
That we broke right here on The Angle. Governor Kathy Hochul's budget bill now has language that would actually put taxpayers on the hook for officials dealing with Trump administration-led investigations. So if the DOJ takes up Tish's criminal referral and this bill passes, she could end up tapping into a $10 million fund to cover any reasonable attorney's fees and expenses incurred.
Now, to show you that they're worried, and by the way, that there's more corruption in the state of New York, it turns out in the recent budget deal signed by Governor Kathy Hochul, they actually appropriated about $10 million in order to pay the legal defense of government officials who might find themselves in trouble with the evil Orange Man's administration due to cases that could be brought up after the passage of the budget.
Oh,
so
that one actually hits
$10 million slush fund
little bit
for Letitia James that she gets to spend on her personal attorneys fighting against this mortgage fraud that, again, a regular ordinary citizen would not have access to, and other government officials do not have access to when they're facing the prosecution from the state of New York or from the federal government in previous administrations. But Letitia James, she's totally covered. Her legal bills, and by the way, by extension, other state and local officials in the state of New York have their legal bills covered up to $10 million based on the fact that this money was appropriated for them, something that they didn't do when Eric Adams was facing prosecution under the Biden administration. Now, of course, I told you on this channel that I did believe that Eric Adams was in fact corrupt and probably should have been prosecuted for said corruption, but look at the double standard right here. If it's the Biden administration going after Eric Adams for crimes that I think were legit, that actually have some documentation behind them, even if there is a cloud of maybe political prosecution, no lifeline for Eric Adams. He's gonna have to fight that case on his own. But Letitia James, under threat for lying on documents that have her signature on it, that are clear and obvious in order to commit fraud, oh, well, we're going to defend her. We're going to put the money up for her so she doesn't have to come out of pocket in order to pay her own bills. So yeah, Letitia James could flail, she can panic, she could yell and scream about unfair treatment, but in reality, this is actually something that politicians have been prosecuted for in the past. Marilyn Mosby, the state's attorney for Baltimore County, was prosecuted for lying about her finances in order to obtain a property in Florida in federal court under the Biden administration. Letitia James could be held to that.
No AA really sucks.
It's not like her case against Trump, where she used some obscure, outdated law that had never been applied that way in order to go after him when they didn't even have a victim, in order to get an historic over $400 million fine from the evil Orange Man. And then she threatened to seize his assets, i.e. his properties, in order to sell them in order to pay the fine. So again, she was trying to bankrupt this person. That was her campaign promise. That's exactly how she acted in office. But now she's going to complain about unfair prosecution and about how she's the victim. Now look, as I said on Timcast, which by the way I was on this past Wednesday, that will be linked in full in the description, I do want this case to be rock solid. All the I's need to be dotted, all the T's need to be crossed, because if you're gonna go after somebody in the opposing party, you want to make it 100% clear that it is based on legitimate grounds. And as far as this case goes, as long as it remains within the realm of the legitimate and not dipping into revenge, I'm totally fine with this prosecution, because Letitia James is absolute scum. And by the way, she's not just scum for going after the evil Orange Man, who a lot of you like. Andrew Cuomo, who a lot of you can't stand, including myself, was also targeted by Letitia James. She put together a hatchet job report that was ultimately used to force Andrew Cuomo to resign for governor.
He's doing it wrong.
Just so she could run for governor.
Shoot the torpedoes first, then when they get somewhat close, then you radar so you can
get her goal. But she has shown us with those actions that she is willing to put
give him as little room as possible to maneuver. Because obviously he knows he got radared.
The Attorney General of any state in this country, let alone one of the largest states in the union, let alone the Attorney General of choice to go after the evil Orange Man. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts about these recent developments. I want to know what you guys think.
Vows, the show will go on.
You told us on election day we haven't heard the last of you. What's next for you?
It's a lot next for me. Stay tuned.
We are fast approaching the end of an era. As talked about on this channel before, the corrupt super mayor Tiffany A. Henyard has lost her position in the village of Dalton. She has been ousted in the Thornton Township, and very soon, in the not too distant future, she will no longer be an elected official. However, we do have interesting updates on the super mayor saga, because on this channel we previously reported that she was making making over $250,000, but clearly under $300,000 in salary in these two positions. However, it was just revealed by the local news.
My dude is flooding to death.
That the super mayor was making well
He's got 2 more ticks left.
$300,000, and in fact,
Done.
her corrupt travel, where she was flying first class to all these different various locations, was actually incentivized with another program that gave her $600 a day in order to travel outside of the village of Dalton, outside of the state of Illinois, and of course, go on vacation on the taxpayer dime. Now, it's absolutely crazy from top to bottom, but the craziest thing is that they still find supporters of Tiffany A. Henyard in and around this area, and they say ridiculously stupid things like this.
I think she's doing what men have been doing for years as far as her security and all those things. She needs that. She give back to the community, so, I mean, what more can people ask for?
Now look, I've given the residents
someone who doesn't steal
a lot of credit for making a mistake.
Crazy, I know.
In Tiffany A. Henyard, realizing that they made that mistake, putting together a recall campaign in order to oust her from office almost immediately, only for that recall campaign to end up being nerfed by a judge who, of course, decided that they were going to invalidate it, but then continuing to press on, continuing to fight back, until ultimately they ended up crushing Tiffany A. Henyard by electing trustee Jason House to the position of the Dalton mayor by a margin of like 88-12. It was an absolute obliteration, but that being said, there are dumb residents in the village of Dalton.
Super Mayor was a great story, man. I'm kind of sad that arc is over.
That the super mayor is being targeted is because she's a woman doing all the things that a man have been doing, then you're not paying attention to anything that is going on in your village. But again, we're going to bring you this final report of this final party for the super mayor. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
Self-proclaimed Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard leaves office in the next
So,
few weeks
battle.
after being badly beaten at the ballot box. Questionable spending, clashes with trustees, and an ongoing FBI investigation led to her undoing.
So look, the local news gives us a breakdown of all the different things that led to the super mayor's undoing, led to her end.
Not
and
yet.
Honestly, in order for me to recap
Not
this,
yet.
it would be basically
But you got ousted, right?
you guys without making this video
Like,
3
massively
hours. So
outvoted.
what I do in each
She
and
thought she
every
had a
one of
chance.
these
That was the
videos
most
is
fun
I link
part.
my entire Super Mayor
She's so
playlist
delusional.
from start to finish in the iCard and in the description of this video, so you could check out the nearly 30 videos that I've done documenting this woman and her reign of terror, both in the village of Dalton and Lincoln Township. But what we're trying to focus on is the new information, the new revelations.
Oh,
and
shit.
no, these are not just allegations, as the super mayor would say.
False allegations and not facts.
These are, in fact, the facts, which is that the super mayor was taking home a significantly higher salary than was reported previous based on the records, due to the fact that she essentially maxed out each and every perk.
I love y'all. There's nothing you can do about it.
The curtain will soon close on the Tiffany Henyard show, but not before one last dance.
Supervisor, come on now. People want to know what's next for you.
What's next? Why you out here? Why are you out here?
We were there for Henyard's final food giveaway and a new tally of what she's cost taxpayers. On Easter weekend, cars lined up for blocks, tens of thousands of tax dollars
Gunsy guns!
spent for another one of Henyard's famous
Mach
food
schnell!
giveaways.
So again, one of the things that I think
Actually,
is
I'm playing a
crucial
brute.
for everybody to notice is that on each and
Hurry
every
up,
one
old
of these
chap.
boxes containing food is the super mayor Tiffany A. Henyard's name, and of course, these giveaways are major publicity stunts that she thought would win over the trust and love of the people.
Oh, I
because,
fucked that
as
up.
She says
Ugh.
everything we do is for the people.
Fuck my
They wanna
life.
hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet, the mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing. That only
Oh,
run
on the
their mouth.
donation thing? Yeah, yeah.
No work, no work. That's my issue up here. So everybody that made a
I'm selling
statement that
shares,
all
bro.
they do is work,
What
that's
do you
all
want?
they do is work. Anybody that know me, I am a workaholic. We work nonstop. We in this village till 11, 12 o'clock at night when y'all sleep, when y'all at the bars. Y'all, I'm sick and tired of y'all not doing y'all job. Name one ordinance that y'all did that benefited the people. One. Y'all can't name one, right? Because every ordinance y'all ever made was beneficial to you guys as trustees, to y'all attorneys, to y'all. But nothing for the
Hey, that was a good hit.
Everything we do
Citadel
for the people.
motherfucker.
But we under attack. We getting scrutinized in the media. For what? Loving on the people? Showing them that they matter to us? We going through the fires for y'all. We. Us, me and my administration.
But in reality, what this actually is the super mayor operating as any left-wing authoritarian dictator would, which is steal a bunch of money from the people, rob them of their productivity, enjoy a lavish lifestyle on the taxpayer dime, and then throw them a little bit of food, get them to line up in order to get some free stuff, which is not free at all, it is paid for by the taxpayers, and pretend like you're this great humanitarian.
Throwing a ship in reverse really takes an hour, bro. Like,
Area, as of course you are putting your image across the entire city on
no, how fast is this thing going? Come on, down.
And obviously this stunt from the super mayor didn't work. It hasn't worked, and that's why she's out of office in both of her positions. However, in her last dying days, with her last breath, she is continuing to rob and, of course, give back crumbs to the tax base. And, of course, people are out there that didn't support the super mayor, but they just want some of their money back, and if that's going to be represented in food, then they're going to take it back in food.
Our last hurrah, and I did not vote for that woman, and I never didn't vote for her before. But I'm going to give you something to eat today.
I like the giveaways, but I don't like her. She's nasty.
She's giving us back what we already did, but ain't nobody else doing that.
So again, you can see right here from a bunch of the people that are taking this food, that
That
are
looks bitter.
accepting this quote-unquote free stuff from the super mayor,
that was
there's not
bitter.
a lot of love for her as an individual, because they understand that this woman has looted far more money from them than she's actually given back.
I don't have a
in these
Titanic
kind
ship.
of
What?
programs. Now, the local news
Looks
has been
nothing
saying,
like the
well, some
Titanic.
of the programs that the super mayor spends money on are good.
I mean, it floats as well. Okay, you got me
Giving her
there.
too much credit, you're giving her too much deference, because even this specific program right here is all about her and getting her name on everything humanly possible so she can get the credit.
Tiffany Henyard does spend a lot of money, some of it on worthwhile programs, but she's also benefited handsomely and questionably. Newly obtained records show last year Henyard was paid more than $347,000 from Dalton and Thornton Township, the two governments she runs. That's more than Chicago's mayor makes. Henyard's comp includes $282,000 from the township, which also gave her a $4,900 per month expense
I think he had a
allowance
battleship. This is a
and
cruiser,
an
so
$1,100 monthly vehicle allowance. That's despite the fact Dalton taxpayers
Yeah.
spent 6 figures
Battleship.
on 2 SUVs police used to chauffeur Henyard.
2 dashes battleship, 1 dash cruiser,
Channel, the super mayor's salary from the Thornton Township
1
was
stripe,
about $225,000,
like a triangle with
and her
a
salary
equal sign
from the
behind it.
village
That's a
of Dalton was
CV,
in and around the $50,000
and in the
range. Now that
forward arrow is a
put her
DD. If there's like a little
above
dash
what
at the
it
end, it's an
costs
SS.
to pay the Illinois governor. In fact, it makes her one of the most highest paid officials in the entire state of Illinois. But what we ultimately end up discovering is that you could stack an extra $75,000 on top of all of that.
I should
And
really
what's
turn my
even
guns.
crazier
Fuck.
than the nearly
Fuck,
$5
fuck.
grand in expenses that she was being paid, while still charging, by the
Get in
way,
the smoke.
Thornton Township and the village of Dalton for her expenses and just
Oh
pocketing
no.
that money.
Go away, the ticket.
Is that $1,100
Nobody likes
vehicle
you.
allowance,
There we go.
because
I'm in the
you might
smoke.
say
Yeah,
it
you
makes
can.
sense for you to
I have
give
one.
somebody who is in this position
I suck with it
$1,100
though.
to make sure
I'll
they can
I'll
drive
take. I'll play it out. I'll
across
take it
to
next
and
game.
from, and that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly adequate.
I probably
and
won't
that's
hit anything.
Acceptable. But like I said, this is from the Thornton Township, that $1,100, not from the village of Dalton. So even though she was receiving $1,100 in order
die.
to pay for vehicle-related transportation, she was billing in this very famous
Bruh,
clip
I hit the bulge
village
3
of
times.
Dalton for a vehicle that she leased on absolutely horrible terms.
I sat here and looked at a lease that y'all was paying $149,000 for one of them trucks. You make absolute, that's like when you 19 years old and you go get a car and the interest rate 27%. That makes absolutely no sense. You're not making great finance, excuse me.
Dude.
Please stay. But let me tell you,
That's gonna get
here
him.
it is, dated
Good.
December 27th, 2022.
Oh no, I'm fucked.
The cash
Oh no,
price
we
of
got lucky.
2023
Turn the
Chevy
guns.
Tahoe.
I'm so dead, dude. I'm in the middle of everyone. This is really not good.
$71. Interest and APR $55,929.49. Total lease price $149,000.
Why do I suck so much at this game?
$146.20. Tell me if it's not facts, because your signature is all on it.
Much better.
I don't see that. Okay, but you want to put one back? I don't.
I mean, just think about how insane that is.
I'm so fucked. I should never have come here. This was really dumb.
Four vehicles that she was charging the village of Dalton, who again was not supposed to be giving her this allowance, $150,000 within that range range for a Chevy Tahoe.
Get off
and
Spee.
over $50,000 of that bill was on interest and fees because she didn't bother to negotiate better terms on the lease. So she has all of this money in order to cover a vehicle. $1,100 is nothing to sneeze at in terms of payments.
I'm just trying to do as much damage as I want before I go, which is now.
She ended up sticking the other taxpayers that didn't give her a vehicle
32.
allowance
Could have been better.
Absolute madness. Everything that they said
Could've been
about
worse.
this woman was 100% right, and she could do her dancing and her party and her food giveaway all she wants, but this woman was robbing you blind, not just for the salary, but again for the nearly $6,000 in additional expenses that she just put.
I'm gonna leave this open because I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this thing. Apparently the secondaries are great, but you gotta kind of get close, no?
And did we mention
How do I see
hasn't
that?
attended a single meeting since she lost re-election?
Why haven't you been to board meetings since your defeat? You don't want to answer.
5.5.
Why not go to the meetings?
Now again, also unsurprisingly, while she's making
really
all
close.
this money, she's not showing up to the board meetings because she lost re-election, and therefore
Ta-da.
they do not deserve her presence at the government that she is still currently the head of. Again, it's like if you
Miss
lost an
Sub.
election for president of the United States and you decided on the day after the election in November you weren't going to be president anymore, even though you're supposed to hold the office until January of the next year.
This is not gonna go well, by the way.
Is doing right now, and you can see her dodging questions, dancing, having a good time, celebrating at a taxpayer-funded event while she is not fulfilling the duties of her taxpayer-funded post.
Stephanie Wiedemann worked for the township for 20 years and blew the whistle on many of Henyard's antics.
If she would have just said, "Oh, I made a mistake," everybody would have moved on. We pointed out the mistakes, and she put on the show.
That's
You
a
know,
that's a
everybody
you
paid
thing, bro.
attention because every 2 weeks it was like a sitcom.
Y'all are black.
That's a you
Y'all
thing.
sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Check your Discord. Actually, don't need to check your Discord. Hang on.
Whoa, wait a minute. The local news is playing the y'all black, y'all beating and attacking on a black woman clip that's in power. How dare they? How dare they actually steal that clip from all of my videos covering the super mayor? Now I don't know what to do with this other than to just say, shame on y'all.
Shame on y'all.
Now again, all joking aside, and none of us
While
should
I'm
be
streaming, I
surprised
don't
by
see.
these recent
Yeah, this is a
developments from the
sub.
super mayor. It is clear and obvious that she never cared about the people of the village of Dalton or the Thornton Township. She only cared about glorifying
I agree.
herself.
Exquisite.
So the standard operating
I
procedure
agree.
for somebody like this who has pocketed so much money, not just more than the Chicago mayor, but more than the governor of Illinois, to decide that she's going to be a no-show for the last couple of days of work. And considering the last time the super mayor was at a Thornton Township board meeting, it quite literally turned into a brawl. Where
The number
she
here is how
decided to
long I
jump
can
in
stay
and
underwater.
throw hands.
It charges
I'm not
really
surprised
slowly.
by these
So.
developments.
WGN Investigates has documented first-class trips for Henyard and her entourage that cost taxpayers well over $100,000. There was a stay at a Four Seasons and steak dinners. In late 2023, this was how she explained it.
I do not handle anything as relates to with credit cards. As you heard me speak today in my board meeting about, I do not handle that.
Some of those charges are for you, though.
No, sir.
You didn't go to Las Vegas?
I don't want to answer that question.
What is that? You don't know if you were in Las Vegas?
Of course I do.
Were you?
It's not paid by them.
Now look, I know WGN is feeling the way I'm feeling. I know they missed the super mayor. They're trying to bring her back, resurrect her, and throw her back in the news. But the fact that they're using all the different various clips that I show time and time again on this channel, honestly, I find to be disgraceful. You happen to be a very trustworthy source of news. I happen to be very much in the line of entertaining everybody out there in the audience. So when you start
Hey, I got him. Yes! Let's go! Oh my god, I got all of them hits. What the fuck? That doesn't happen often.
Responding like a child to the questions related to her spending that, of course, they have documentation for. She's smiling, she's making goofy faces, and she, again, is not addressing the point. And this is because the super mayor never took accountability for any of her actions, and that's why she went down in flames.
I destroyed it.
Taxpayers are the ones stuck with
I
the bill.
destroyed
The
it.
Supervisor and others get unusual perks, including $600 a day.
These
or
not so
every
much.
day They travel out of state.
6,800 if they
and
hit.
$400
But
per day
they'll
for travel
pretty much always do
to Illinois,
6,800.
plus the cost of their travel expenses.
I know, right? Yeah, but I'm in the U-boat, so for me it's funny.
super mayor's salary well above that $347,000 gross pay number, because they have set up a system where members of the Thornton Township Board of Supervisors are actually incentivized to leave the state because they get an extra $600 a day for expenses, allegedly, paid to them in their pocket. Now, I will point out that the super mayor, one of the scandals surrounding this, was charging money to the Thornton Township credit cards for these regular ordinary expenses. So she would get the $600 a day when she traveled out of state, $400 a day when she traveled in state, and then she wouldn't use that money.
How does that work? How do I?
And yet she would be allowed to keep it.
We asked Henyard's successor whether he agrees with the supersized paydays.
What you make is based upon what you are able to deliver. That's more so saying, like, you know, people believe that professional athletes should get paid millions of dollars, that doctors should be, or teachers for that matter. So I'm not going to get here and go into a debate about what should be getting, what should be this salary, this.
So while on this channel, I've given a lot of praise to the members of the Village of Dalton's government, their board of trustees, for fighting back against the super mayor and running on a platform of cleaning house. The fact is that praise should not be directed to the new Thornton Township supervisor, because this guy right here is saying that his job is like being a professional athlete or being a medical doctor, and he's not going to get into how much you're getting compensated for all this different various travel. So the fact is, it is very likely that this scumbag who came in on the wave of the super mayor's controversies is going to act in similar ways. He's just going to keep a lower profile. So things might not get better if you're in the Thornton Township, unlike in the Village of Dalton, where they're actually committed to trying to clean up the mess that the super mayor made.
With what
we almost hit each other, bro. What the hell?
It is to abuse the system. I think it's important that the residents pay attention and continue to pay attention and continue to hold people accountable.
Despite it all, the spending, a questionable cancer charity, an ongoing FBI investigation, and even a brawl at a board meeting, Henyard still has her supporters.
So look, it is true there are dumb people that do support the super mayor. They're about to show the same clip of the woman saying she's just doing what men do. But again, show me the man with all these different various controversies that is still in power. Show me the man who managed to pull all of this off within one term, one 4-year stretch, and hadn't had his career destroyed. It's absolutely crazy that these people, anybody, supports the super mayor. But I do think it is important for all of us to understand that the terms of politicians are short, but legends like the super mayor last forever. Now, of course, those are just my
Well, you kind of have to. I'm actually super lucky I haven't gotten hit yet. One good hit and you're kind of fucked.
Video shown by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on.
That is kind of how it works. What was it? 5.6? 5.7. Ah, shit. Oh, he's going that way. He probably just turned around.
this, he's gonna fuck up my hair. Now this is a force to
Still got him. They fucked me up though.
Much better.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. You told me. I picked up the Agincourt. I told you on Steam. I'm not sure if you're on Steam already. It's pretty hilarious, dude. It has like fucking 12 guns. It's ridiculous. No AA though, so that really... Ooh. If a CV has you in your sights, you're fucked. Like, it's over. I drink black coffee. I generally don't add. Yeah, those all missed.
Fries with that?
Did you see it now? Yeah, so far. It's going well. Can't complain. Whatever wins the game, bro. Four heats, so 12,000 plus 24,000 plus 3,600, so 27,600 damage if all of those 4 hit, because it's 6.8 per torpedo. That too, yeah. That's how the first ship died. Like, I hit 4 torpedoes, and then all of a sudden, like, 30 seconds later, he died. Like, or a minute later. and I still killed him, so it was flooding. Is this guy gonna hide behind the thing? Yeah. What are we? 11 point something? The fact that he ran away is bad, because that means my torpedoes will run out. Oh, too bad. Am I what? Missing? No, they just ran out. Torpedoes have a max range. Because he turned around, I was already shooting at like a pretty long range. That's my sonar, yeah. The torpedoes will hone in on the sonar. You're almost out of the hell. LOL.
All right, let's go.
I'm like 70k away from the Yamato, I think. I've been playing some operations, so maybe I'm closer now. I don't know. We lost most of them, sadly. You don't really need all the objectives either. They're pretty lucrative. It's about the same as a regular game, to be honest. I feel like I should go down. Yeah, there's a DD. Where's the other one? Oh, if they only have one, it went that way. There should still be a submarine as well. Why is that used? What the fuck? Oh, I can only use it 4 minutes from now, I guess? I did not press that button, as far as I know. What's the button to go to your torpedoes? There's a button. I'm gonna miss. Fuck. Done, you bitch! Get fucked. Wow, his torpedo bulge took everything, dude.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
Apparently that guy has
much better.
I'm not sure how I got 5 hits on that guy and I only did 2000 damage. Z, that's the one. It's Z. And it's a tier 6 as well. That guy should be dead, dude. I don't know why that guy didn't take so much. Didn't take no damage. That's a little weird. Didn't even flood him. 5 hits. That was weird. Stop up-tiering me to 8. Fucking hell. Everyone has torpedo submarine detection, so kind of annoying. I'm gonna go that.
Born to be wild. Love, exciting and new. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Staying alive, staying alive.
Oh shit. Yo, this thing throws itself around though. Fuck. I'm not used to that. Like... Yeah, but 5 torpedoes and only 2000 damage? That's crazy. How big is that fucking bulge? Is it like an iceberg underwater and it just goes right? What the fuck? Like, you'd think the first 2 or 3 fuck that shit up heavily, no? Right?
It slaps you back to Bangkok.
Bro, I haven't eaten properly in like 2 weeks, dude. I'm starving. It sucks. But not volunteer. I didn't volunteer though to do it. I know, man. That's why it's on repeat for the last 3 weeks, right? Or month. When did I buy City of the Wolves? Since then. Since we discovered Salvatore Ganucci. Ganacci. Whatever. That guy. Can't swallow. Like I ate 80% of a sausage roll this morning, and the sausage roll was this big, right? So that says it all. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been fucking terrible. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow. Like, yo, give me something, because this fucking sucks, man. I just want to eat. Like, eating should not be filling me with dread, you know? It should be a joyous occasion, because it's food, and I love food. And yet... See, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, that one's gonna hit heavy.
This is gonna fuck up my hair. Much better.
I've already done twice my damage though, so I'm good already.
I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch.
I'm happy. How do I make it go up? How does that work? Hey, I hit him too. I didn't think that was gonna hit, I'm gonna be honest. Oh. Perfect. Still doesn't fit, by the way.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
I have 100 HP.
Much better.
I heard that. I wish I didn't hear that, but I just heard.
Ah, motherfucker. Why would the other? Why would it? I don't know why the torpedo 2s relate. Also, he's dead now. Oh, he's not. Fuck. Please kill him. Those torpedoes are wasted. Whatever. Shit happens. You son of a cunt, man. This guy is good, dude.
Damn, I love this job.
I'm trying to hit the same spot twice, but that's so fucking hard, dude. That's bitter. No! Too bad. Worth.
Oh, God! Oh, God!
"12 torpedo hits. That's pretty good. Yeah, I was chasing that bitch down, dude. And he can't see me because I'm out of his range. My spotting range is 5.7. It's ridiculous. We might actually still lose this. Right on points though. Don't forget, guys, if you wanna try the game out, for those of you that haven't, now's the time. Free shit. We all love free shit.
Exciting and new. Let's go surfing now. Everybody's learning how. Come on a safari with me. Staying alive, staying alive.
I shouldn't fuck with some other submarines, right? I don't even... Can I even hit those? Probably not. It'd be... a feat. Surprise, motherfucker! That dude is like really pissed off right now, you just know. I know I would be.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
That's a pretty good hit still.
Much better.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. I will look for you.
This is
Bro, how the fuck?
And I will kill.
That was really suspect. How the fuck did he still... What was that? That was extremely sus.
You need more minerals.
Always need more minerals. Oh, 2 hits, that's crazy. I don't think they're gonna make it. They're gonna time out. That sucks.
You must build additional pylons.
Oh, you fuck. 10 more seconds, I swear.
Not enough Vespene gas.
The AI tried. A for effort. Vespene. That's funny. Woo, baby. God damn! That was nuts. Oh, fucking hell.
Much better.
WTF. Why can't I say Vespani? Seriously, who designed me? I want to talk to my coda. I should be able to say Vespani gas. Vespane isn't how you properly spell that.
It is how you say it though. Vespine gas. Oh crap.
Vespene.
Motherfuck. Bitch.
This is gonna fuck up my hair. Much better.
How the fuck? That was really fucking suspect. I don't buy this for a second.
Let me tell you, it's absolutely incredible moves like a ghost, silent and deadly. It hides beneath the ocean very deep where nobody can find it, nobody. Then out of nowhere it strikes. One torpedo, maybe two, and boom, enemy ships are sinking fast. They don't stand a chance. It precision, it's power, it's domination under the sea.
Donald's having a stroke.
It's the most successful underwater hunter in history, maybe ever.
I really gotta remove that one.
I agree, Mr. Trump.
Like, everything works out fine until some dude sonars you when he can't see you in the middle of your sub. That was really fucking suspect, dude. Like, the name with the giant bunch of numbers behind it doesn't help either in like allaying my suspicions. Yeah, that's why I haven't actually turned it off yet, because this is kind of funny, but it's also really fucking annoying sometimes, right? Alright, we win this one. God, dude. Is it hot enough for you guys? It's hot enough for me, that's for sure. No, because he's in the same sub I am, and we don't have that. Also, I wasn't on the surface. I was at 40 meters. It literally couldn't have been deeper, right? Yeah, that's why I'm like, huh? What just happened? Like, he fired those torpedoes perfectly and then sonared me perfectly when I wasn't detected after I made a giant turn. Very weird. No, because it tells me when they do. There's a giant detection triangle that pops up like here. Oh my god, we're fucked. Look at this game, bro. Imagine being a battleship or a cruiser on this one. Yeah, that's sonar.
I always said if there's a way to go.
But that shows. It'll show like a detection icon with a little... Yeah, the thingy. Whatever the fuck that shit is called. You have a headphones one for the acoustic, and then you have another one. That's that one, right? But it should show in blue. There's a blue icon then. I've never not been spotted and it didn't tell me, so I have no idea. You might be right. But I've seen like 2 different blue icons for the one for the acoustic and the other one, I don't even know. I don't know. I'm guessing that's that one, right? Because isn't this one just a better acoustic? Who remembers Rashido? You're about to. Oh crap. Oh, lucky beach. Yes! Get fucked, bitch. Alright. Oops. Fuck destroyers. Destroyers ain't worth shit, dude. Right? Rashido. That was a little late, my friends. That guy got fucked up. Jesus. I know. I saw. I really want to surface, to be honest. No way, you're still there. What the fuck? I can't. We're not gonna get there in time. Those are lost. Yeah. How do I sonar him? Come on, go underwater, go underwater. Because that's on the, yeah, see? As you can tell, yep. Ah, fuck, I just used the underwater. Ah, damn it. I've tried, but he disappeared, so yeah. I got a service right now. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake.
Much better. Damn, desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
Ah. Ah. Almost. It was close. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. I'm doing great with this thing, though. What the fuck? Rashido. That was just luck, to be honest. That was pure luck. It's just, I already shot the torpedoes at the other ship, right? And he was just like perfectly right there. Oh, sonar, right now. Go, go, go. Right? But that's why you sonar after you fire your torpedoes. Like, fire your torpedoes, wait till they get close, and then try and sonar, right? I'm not sure on the ranges yet, so sometimes I'm too late. Is it hot enough for you? Honestly, I should get rid of that just because it's like, I feel uncomfortable with it. With that one.
Let's do this.
Well, enjoy. That was the last time you did it. Yeah, dude, it's 31 right now. Fucking dying. Fucking hell, it went right over me. Wait, why isn't that working? On the surface. Oh, well, what? Now it's 7. Why was it 9 earlier? What the fuck? Oh no, the other one's 9. Fuck my life. This one's 9. I just randomly chose them. Like, most of these except for the Trump one are random as fuck. Wait, why did I immediately get these fucking guys? This is ridiculous. This is gonna hurt. It's going backwards. Son of a cunt. Surprise, motherfucker. Rashido. Oh, I didn't, yeah. I think it's on my thing. Somewhere. Maybe not.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfucker.
That's gonna. Ooh, that was close. Closer than I'd like. See, it says detected now.
Surprise, mother cucker. Or you can be classy with it. Surprise mother lover.
I actually put it in there now. Tengya had it. Oh, how did I miss it? What? Come on, that's bullshit. Right? He's running too, pussy bitch. It's alright, we're gonna win on points regardless. They ain't got no point. Hey, get fucked. My secondary. YOLO. It was worth a try. Oh. I must have him too, dude.
Sonar. You need more sonar.
Like 10 seconds? Oh, I suck. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
I don't think it's gonna How do you see me, man? You, like, hit me dead on.
Much better.
Oh well. 33k, not bad. I have to check something. Yo, I wasn't using any fucking boosts. Not a single one. Oh, I thought he was just YOLOing at the sonar start point, I guess. Yeah. Bro, it costs like 30k for the ship, no? I ain't nowhere near. $11. The highest tier costs 30,000 community points. Today, guys. Oh, it's almost a one-tier game. Imagine that. Those are the unicorns, man. Yeah, fuck that, bro. The hell? Especially a submarine. Oh, I don't even want to go on a boat because it can sink. Let alone one that goes underwater. Fuck no.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Fucking hell. Wouldn't give to actually drink it though. Maybe. I smoke like 5 a day, dude. Problem is there's 3 fucking... Oh, go down, down, down before they see me. Oh, that was just in time. That was close. YOLO? No fucking way. Oh my god. Lucky fuck. Not much I could do there. Well, he had more than enough time to change his heading. Yeah, it's psychological. Well, maybe not. LOL. I was the only one there. Oh no, 2 guys were there, yeah. No, 1 guy was there. Wow. I didn't even notice that. Good luck, brother. It's definitely the weather to work out. Totally. I'm sitting on my ass, I'm sweating. I just have like a little blower right there. It's the third layer of hell here, dude. 32 degrees right now, Celsius. It's like what? 90? $89.6. I wasn't far off. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to do on this map. Not that I know on other maps, but on other maps, like, oh, okay, I can go there. Here it's like... Think it's at periscope depth? Nope. Wait, that says maximum and periscope depths. So it doesn't work on the 30 meter? Oh no, that says maximum depths. Wait, but I can go lower. Weird. Yeah, I don't think I understand how this works. What? Not good. No way. And he fucking dodged him. That's such nonsense. Well, sometimes luck is all you need. I risked my fucking case! Oh my god. Yo. That was sus as shit. Like a random dip charge fucked me up. Like half an hour after I was undetected. How the fuck is he still alive? Ridiculous.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
I should do like 12,000, 13,000, 13,600 damage. The guy had 5k. His mobility rates. This game is so unbalanced, dude. I generally don't tend to go under boats that have depth charges. It's considered a bad idea.
It's game time. I'm an equal opportunity ass kicker.
Not gonna lie, Street Fighter has some fucking good ass music. Like, goddamn, get your shit. Not that's a lie. That was pure luck. Didn't matter. He's already passed. Fuck's sake. What the... Okay, that's kind of random.
Much better.
What?
No gas and no chicks. This is
What? How did they do? Yo, what? That is the first depth charge I've ever seen that goes past 500 meters. Is that because I'm deeper? I don't know what just happened. Okay, that was some bullshit. I was wondering why the fuck that thing was red. First time I've 800 meters and it still hit me. Some depth charges are better than others, clearly. Why does it say all depth charges have an 800 meter splash radius? That is definitely not accurate. That's the first time I've been hit at 800 meters. I've been 400 or 500 meters and they didn't hit me. Is that because I'm like near the surface then? It's ridiculously big, by the way. That's crazy.
Sucks, but I bet the benefits are nice. I go where I please, and I please where I go.
I don't know what that means, this one. Also, we got double up tiered again. So fun.
I promised to kill you last. I lied.
I'm 6. I already passed it. Shit, I should have targeted that guy. LOL, I still hit. Let's go. I'm so fucked.
This is gonna fuck up my hair. Now, this is a force to be reckoned with. Much better.
I know. We have more than 2. Got like 4 or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's because this game is made by Russians. They're not all that bright. Could be worse. Ah, dude. Garbage fucking game. I need to know that immediately, not 10 seconds later. Fucking Russians.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
They're actually like completely useless, these people.
Much better.
Okay, game. He cleared the sonar ping. And it showed up way fucking late. Because I was waiting for it too. The fire extinguisher thing clears the sonar ping. And once they use it, they can't use it again for like a minute. Alright, I'm sorry. Wait, okay, I just saw something that I want to check out. The title is Classical Music for When You're Slowly Going Insane. It appeals to me. It's a fail. Yeah, maybe not. Ah, it's a fail.
To kill you last?
A light.
Your ass is grass, and I've got the weed whacker. I'll still make the Hall of Fame.
Someone could take care of the torpedo. That'd be fantastic, you know? The destroyer.
It's a nice day to die. For you, that is. Coochie, 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 coochie. I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch. Say hello to my little friend.
It's a nice day to mine some Vespene gas.
Vespene? Oh, I'm so dead.
You're about as useful as a hobo's dick cheese. This is gonna fuck up my hair.
Yes, Vespene.
Better. It's a nice day to die. For you, that is. This is gonna fuck up my hair.
Oh, my sonar. Oh my god, the sonar's dead. Fucker. Son of a cunt. Oh my god, it takes forever too. Okay. I've been on the garbage team the whole fucking the whole morning, dude. Literally, the 3 ships that were with me all did. The destroyer was hiding behind the little fucking island the whole start of the fucking game. Ugh.
Let's rock. Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Oh shit. I keep forgetting this thing turns like a fucking... Depth charges. Destroyers and cruisers can drop depth charges. And battleships as well. With like planes and shit. And sometimes by sailing over you. And when you're underwater, I mean, it goes up to a kilometer apparently, nearly, so yeah. Pretty crazy if you ask me.
I love the smell of burnt crap in the morning.
Bro, get in the point. Smoke on the point. These people are... Why am I always on this team? On this side of the teams. Fucking dumb.
I'll still make the Hall of Fame.
No, you can't. The mother was a cancerous whore. How was it neutralized? What? Okay, that's weird. Just to annoy him. This? That was really weird though. How did I miss that guy?
Much better.
See? That's killing me.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
These fucking no-life people, bro. Can I please get actual tier 5s? Not these fucking... I've got every ship in the game. Let me play tier 5 so I can seal club. Club seal. Club seals.
What? My kung fu is still the best.
I wish I could see fucking profiles, bro. I guarantee you this guy has like thousands and thousands of hours in this shit. I hate that shit about this game, dude. It needs matchmaking, like proper matchmaking. Okay, I missed everything. Everything missed. That guy somehow magically dodged everything. Or drama, please.
Time to kill everyone. This thing sucks.
People love this franchise so much. I have to say, it is so good to talk about a communist with a Gucci bag. My boy is 450% cooked right now, and we're gonna dive straight into the news. This one's crazy. No time for an intro. Hamas Piker is the biggest leftist political streamer in the world. New York Times wrote puff pieces about him. He is protected by Twitch, and it must be known that no matter what type of terrorist attack happens, Hassan will be there to defend the terrorists. Like, you cannot even make this up. So, I wanted to show you, this is a clip from his newest stream, alright, where Hassan says some pretty wild crap, and I'll fill you in with the details as we go on. He says that Asmongold is a genocidal freak that wants to kill Indians. He has other great clips, like talking about how all Indians are terrorists. So lock in, because we got some classic Hassan updates where he says that he hates Jews, but more importantly today, new terrorists to support gamers.
It violates the sovereignty of another nation state. So
close.
Russia, a great example of this would be Russia. Any state that violates the sovereignty of another state
really close, actually. There
is a fucking rogue terrorist state.
So this is him referring to India, because currently, in case you were unaware, there is a bit of a war going on, some beef happening between India and Pakistan. If you want, I can give you the entire TLDR before you see this clip, so it'll make this clip sound even worse. So this is Pakistan, all right, and this is India. All right, so currently, India and Pakistan are at war. It all started in 1947 when there was a colossal situation that happened that India and Pakistan ended up becoming two separate countries, basically, over the last couple of years, there was a gigantic bunch of terrorist attacks that took
What the fuck is this guy doing? He's just going straight to his death?
In India, there were a ton of terrorist attacks that took place, and a lot of these terrorist attacks, in fact, most of them, from what I understand, were tied directly to the Pakistani government. Now, again, these are claims, these are not evidence as to a lot of these attacks with their direct connections. But for example, just recently, a lot of the actual people in the Pakistani government went to the funerals of the terrorists that committed a terrorist attack in India. So, now that you have all this going on, India over here launched a counterattack on Pakistan trying to take out terrorist infrastructure, and Pakistan is now claiming, I cannot believe India would attack us, and there's basically a war happening right now. I'll fill you in on more details as we go on, but in a nutshell, the super short news version of it is Pakistan has been lying all the time, being like, look, this is a video of us shooting down Indian planes, and it turns out this is just video game footage. Pakistan has been going wild, saying that through a cyber attack, 70% of India's power grid has been inoperative. This is not true. That didn't happen. And also, several Pakistani media reported that Pakistan launched ballistic missiles against India's capital, which also did not happen. Ironically, none of these things actually happened.
Massive fail.
Happened, which is crazy. We'll get into more details later. So, this is Hamas Piker, leftist political streamer extraordinaire, one of the biggest, and it turns out, my boy's take on the conflict is pretty wild, because as you know, India hit Pakistan back after multiple terrorist attacks that they linked to Pakistan, where basically I will give you more context as we keep going, but pretty freaking crazy. His response is India's counterattack makes them a terrorist state.
It violates the sovereignty of another nation state. So is Russia. A great example of this would be Russia. Any state that violates the sovereignty of another state and strikes civilian targets is a fucking rogue terrorist state. She didn't even say India is a terrorist rogue state.
But it's not even gonna be close.
A rogue state. But I would go so far as to say, yeah, they're doing terrorism.
This is like the Hassan Piker playbook. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. There are terrorist attacks, confirmed terrorist attacks that take place in India, all right, from Pakistani people that have ties to the Pakistani government. And then India attacks back, and Hassan is like, what a rogue terrorist state thing to do. It is a rogue terrorist state attacking civilians. This is crazy. The Hamas Piker playbook is so based. He never ties terrorist attacks to the actual countries where the terrorist attacks come from. And then anytime anyone literally fights back, rogue terrorist state, it's a genocide.
See Beach.
Also, her analysis on the matter
has already passed it, right?
Putting the BJP
Nope.
guy in a very different light.
That's what you get, motherfucker.
Coming across way more restrained and way more informed. Instead of just simply saying, I don't give a shit that there's no evidence, no direct ties to Pakistan involved.
I'm about to die.
In the terror attack that took place. Who gives a fuck? They've been doing this for 30 years. We have to get blood. Seems a little crazy to say.
I love how, whatever, I want to go through Hassan's logic for this a little bit later. We're going to be looking at his entire video on this. But just like to be clear, he's saying, I don't care that there were multiple terrorist attacks that were based from terrorist organizations that were in Pakistan against Indians over the last 30 years. And now they're attacking back. It's obviously because of Islamophobia.
Especially when you're trying to defend your position in the Western world by presenting yourself as like a reasonable, restrained, sovereign nation state.
And then attack at will. And kill civilians, women, children, send them to hospitals, in large.
I'm sorry, I'm vehemently anti-Modi and his agenda, but to call India a rogue terrorist state is absolutely incorrect.
All right, so this is like your average leftist guy in the chat. He's like, listen, I'm a leftist just like you, but why would you call India a rogue terrorist state? That's pretty crazy.
I mean, this severe escalation
Nah, we're past it.
violates all. This is
How did it still get neutralized? That is not normal, dude. That's like a 15 second. This thing lasts like 5 seconds.
The terrorist, you become a rogue terrorist state. It's like, if it would happen just once, then it could be a coincidence. But if you directly call everyone who retaliates against terrorism a terrorist themselves, remember, he calls America terrorists, he calls Israel terrorists, he calls India terrorists. Anytime anyone retaliates against terrorism, they become the terrorists, according to Hassan. Like, how much more can you align yourself with a terrorist organization?
What that was, what happened, like, just like what Russia has done in Ukraine, makes it a rogue
Yeah, but the difference is, from what I understand, Ukraine didn't have terrorist organizations jumping
Not in the worst
Russia,
games now?
murdering random
Fucking
people
hell.
for not being Muslim, like what happened in India a month ago. For those of you that don't know, in India there were a bunch of people. I think they murdered 26 people in India, and basically asked them, "Are you a Hindu or are you a Muslim?" And if they said they're a Hindu, they murdered them on the spot. That's what happened a couple of weeks ago in India. So yeah, it is crazy. It's insane. Face of Twitch and runner-up anti-Semite of the year, Hassan Biker, is calling India a rogue terrorist state in defense for Pakistan. How does this always happen? I don't understand. How does he never have anything not nice to say about the... This is a leftist streamer, okay? He respects women, probably, right? He's leftist. Leftists are supposed to respect women, all right? Like, he literally defends every country on the world that has the least respect for women. And, listen, what is going on? This is crazy, bro. Holy shit. Wow. Insanity. Anyway, it gets wilder because Donald Trump tweets, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention on this matter. So Donald Trump comes out there. He's like, bro, talk to everyone. We made peace. Peacekeeper has arrived. Fantastic news for the world. Thank you, gigantic orange man. But now, you're probably gonna be scratching your head. Can you really trust that a terrorist organization, which kind of started this whole shit, is really gonna keep the peace? So, this announcement was made today. Just in, Pakistan violates ceasefire, launches drones against India hours after agreeing to ceasefire. Well, anyway, awkward, that sucks. Anyway, Hassan will support this probably. I'm calling it right now. Hassan's next stream, he's gonna say India's the one that violated the ceasefire. This is just a Nux pre-watch moment. I'm calling it right now. Hassan's next stream, he will say
He's probably right.
India violated the ceasefire.
That does sound like a Hassan thing to do.
Anywho, so right after they violated the ceasefire in Pakistan, the Pakistan Prime Minister guy, Shahbaz Sharif, whatever, we won the war. Our attack destroyed the enemy's air bases. Complete victory to Pakistan, he announces. They didn't destroy any air bases. I don't know what... He just said that, bro. He just came out and said that shit. Alright, so, you know, anyway, this is coming right after in my previous video when I did a bit of an analysis on the actual fucking war and shit. When I actually looked into that. It turns out Pakistan has basically been saying constantly, like, we took down 5 elite aircraft, our technology is superior, and then the reporter asked the Pakistani guy, the defense minister, oh, do you have any evidence that you shot down 5 planes? And he's like, maybe check Twitter.
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
So, speaking of Hamas Piker, here's another
So
banger
dope.
of the last day from Hamas Piker. By the way, I'm back on Twitter. Go follow me, link in the description. But yeah, anyway.
31st of May, 2020.
Hilarious!
Dude, this is crazy how long that shit lasts. There's no fucking way. 5 seconds for crying out loud.
Doesn't hate Jews, by the way. Doesn't hate Jews,
What?
by the way. Let's make this clear. Hamas Swastika Sword Piker over here does not hate Jews. Now, to be honest, I don't really care, like, about the shut up, go back to Auschwitz line. It's just the funny thing to me personally is that this absolute loser, this absolute diametrically massive, colossal loser, keeps arguing, no, I love Jews, guys, I don't
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
Go back to Auschwitz. And then he's like laughing and giddy and stuff. I think it's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, it's insane. This guy's a true hero. I posted a banger, by the way, in case you wanted to see it. Yeah, I thought this one was a banger. Glad we had Brothel Destroyer Piker as a prominent voice on the left. I was raped. They were raped. Is there someone you forgot to ask? True. Anyway, in other news, speaking of Hassan's support of terrorist organizations, before we get into the India-Pakistan drama and beef and Hassan's support of terrorists again, because that seems to happen more than one time. If I had a nickel for every time Hassan Piker supported terrorist organizations, I would have like 40 nickels, which is a lot of nickels. All right, anyway, so this is a message made directly to Hassan Piker from a guy from Yemen.
Hassan Piker, notorious terrorist sympathizer, just compared Anne Frank to the hooligans.
Just saying, this guy clearly watches the How Fucked Is Hassan Piker franchise. Definitely subscribe, because this franchise is awesome. Hit that join button, goddammit. Hit the join button next to the sub to support your boy fucking Hassan Piker.
Who are ruining my home.
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Absolutely. Your beloved hooligans killed my mom's best friend. Anne Frank never killed anyone. The Nazis killed her. Your beloved hooligans took over my country by force, not through democracy.
This
Anne
is gonna
Frank
fuck up my
never
hair.
took over anything. She was hiding.
How am I all of a sudden? What?
The beloved hooligans have been starving my people for more than 10 years. Anne Frank.
Nothing hits me.
By
And all of a sudden, I'm like massively flooding.
Your beloved hooligans have imprisoned journalists and minorities. Anne Frank was.
Okay, there's a bunch of cheaters in this game, dude. Like, I'm not buying any of this.
And as I am saying this, the hooligans are during the last.
Super fucking suspect, that guy. I really wish you could report people for cheating, because this guy, not legit. The 15-second DCP alone, there's no way.
Holy shit, Hassan, you got fucking people from Yemen are calling you up as a fucking retard supporting terrorists. How do you not realize that you're a retard for supporting terrorists? Oh my god, dude. Holy shit.
So Hassan, before you make ridiculous anti-Semitic claims like this, grab a book or book a flight to Yemen. The terrorists that you support and
oh my god, look at this fucking garbage games.
Are the very same terrorists that make my family and friends in Yemen suffer. So let's be real, Hassan. You don't stand up for the peace, liberation, and freedom of the Middle East. You're just an anti-Semitic piece of shit.
Damn! So yeah, anyway, this dude absolutely fucking cooked. This is one of the craziest, one of the absolute craziest videos I've seen of all time. I am so glad that Hassan, he's never gonna react to this shit. No way he's gonna ever react to this shit, because he doesn't actually care about the people in Yemen. He doesn't actually care about the people anywhere. He just has terrorists that he likes supporting for clicks and money. All right, communist with a Gucci bag, got his Prada kicks, gotta have his swag. Bro's a communist on his mountain of money off the tears that he fakes and makes believe he cries for people tortured in other countries. In other news, this is the real reason why Hassan Piker has picked a side. There are some retards on the internet truly going wild here. India bombing Pakistan is a direct result of Israel's total impunity. Thank you. I'm so glad we found a way to blame Jews for this one. India and Pakistan are at war. Liberals are confused because they're both people of color and don't have any Jews to blame. But don't worry, liberals, because Hassan Piker, the MAGA, the fucking communist in the MAGA body or whatever the fuck New York Times called him, he is here to shed light on, don't worry guys, because we have terrorists on one side, so we know who the good guys are. So Hassan made this video titled India versus Pakistan. He is, as we know, India versus Pakistan is a situation that Hassan probably knows an incredibly large amount about. Now, the first 7 minutes is where he gets his information on the actual India-Pakistan war. The first 7 minutes of his video, and I am not even joking, is literally him reacting to.
Don't I have it?
Not
I have
exaggerating
that
when I
fucking
say
carrier.
This, all right, not exaggerating. It's just him reacting to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is a Qatar-based propaganda news channel. All right, and it's essentially just him playing an Al Jazeera.
60 seconds? What? Holy shit. That's crazy, bro. Why does mine last 5 seconds and the aircraft carrier gets the one that lasts 60?
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the first 7 minutes of his video.
That seems broken.
Reacts to Al Jazeera, which is pretty great. Love that. Love that. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Classic. And,
That's crazy. Like that actually seems broken to me.
So I think it's very important to watch his coverage of the rest of this video, where he essentially repeats again and again and again that India is the terrorist state for fighting back against Pakistan.
Wait, what?
When an unending, seemingly amount of terrorist attacks were flowing into India from Pakistan. So anyway, lock in, boys and girls. Let's watch a retard anger another group of people. Honestly, he pissed off Jews before. Despite what everyone says about Jews controlling the media, Jews, there are not a lot of Jews. There's about 15 million Jews in the world. Now he's pissing off Indians. There's billions of them. Oh, the Hassan Piker fuck franchise is getting better and better.
A billion. There's a billion.
I don't think India is behaving restrained at all.
Nice.
I'm gonna be honest.
All right, this is after he watches his Al Jazeera broadcast from Qatar. This is the analysis. It's coming in. Get ready.
Hey.
He's about to pop off.
Honest, I'm not.
Bro is gonna get so many scam calls in the next couple of. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Exactly the biggest fan of the Pakistani government either. Having said that, they are the party that is demonstrating restraint.
The party where the terrorist attacks came from, all right, is the party that's exercising restraint, because at least the attacks that are coming into India from Pakistan are with people dressed as civilians.
I don't get this. +2, 9, but I only have 5.
In the world.
That makes no fucking sense.
According to Hassan, you can never retaliate against a terrorist attack because that's just escalating. How on earth do you possibly have this take? Bro, Hassan has okay, dude, I just came up with the best joke ever, and I'm gonna say it right now. So I have to use this for a future video. In a war between 9/11 and 7/11, Hassan picked 9/11. Damn, that was crazy. Anyway,
it's nutty. Okay, I'll be honest. I did not think that they would hit inside of Pakistan. I thought they would like hit inside of Kashmir territory, or at least like show evidence and maybe conduct like a joint military operation or something, or get the go-ahead from Pakistan to allow them to conduct a military operation inside of its borders.
Do you hear how retarded this guy is, man? You have these terrorist attacks that happen constantly in India from people that are from Pakistan, okay? Constantly. Tons of them, all right? Dozens and dozens of them. His response is, why should India fight back on what their intelligence agency says are terrorist infrastructure? Instead, you know what India should do? You know what India should do? India should work with Pakistan to team up, shake hands, and do a joint operation to take out the terrorists. Well, maybe Pakistan should have focused on taking down these terrorist organizations themselves. No, that's how Pakistan's job. They're only attacking India. Who cares about that? No, India should work with them instead of escalate. Dude, this is the level of mental handicap we're dealing with here.
They came in with zero evidence, and they hit inside of Pakistan borders, not just in Kashmir controlled territory. And then that they demonstrate. They said,
you do realize that a lot of quote unquote Kashmir controlled territory. Okay, so for those of you that don't understand the exact drama, British mandate in 1947 had all of India, and they basically gave it back. They gave it to India and Pakistan to control. They then split, where India became a Hindu majority country and Pakistan became a Muslim majority country. In the center, between India and Pakistan, there was Kashmir. Kashmir was ruled by Hindus, except I think the majority was Muslim, from what I understand. Anywho, the reason why I mention this is because, simply put, the Kashmir region was under a lot of beef and a lot of drama between both sides for a very long time. It remained sort of independent, and a lot of it was actually annexed by Pakistan. They took over a chunk of Kashmir themselves. So anyway, him saying how dare they attack Pakistan territory is a little wild.
That this is restraint. We're showing restraint. India did after that, but it seemingly wasn't enough, and now they're going. And going and going. I saw Asmongold was covering this, and if you don't cover this as equally after Indians who are frustrated at terrorist attacks
Welcome back.
away from peace. India's always favored peace in part because they didn't feel confident about defeating Pakistan. Now they do, so they're escalating. Yeah, except I already gave an example where like Balochistan separatists conducting terror attacks or whatever in Pakistan. If Pakistan's retaliation was...
This is always his move. It's just separatists, guys. You cannot ever retaliate against what you think are terrorist organizations because every terrorist attack is just done by separatists. You could never actually fight back.
Much better.
This is the argument every single time, and this is, I think, largely where the divide happens to come from. It is insane to me that he actually thinks this way.
So just start striking India. I would say that's insane. You see what I mean? The funniest part about this always is like half the chat will be like, did you see the Pakistan Muslim terrorists to the Hindus? And then the other chat is like, the other half is like, well, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with Hindus versus Muslims, bro. All of India is united. The main military commander that speaks out for these campaigns is Muslim. You don't get it. I'm not even giving you, I know some chatters will say you're giving...
Although the reality is a lot of this rift actually does exist because, believe it or not, of actual Hindu-Muslim controversies. Like, that is the reality of it. I don't know how you could possibly have this take. Dog, this is insane. It's like, you're really gonna hit me with these unbelievable coincidences every single time that Hassan will see a terrorist attack take place, they'll retaliate against the terrorist attack because stop killing my people, and then it's like, bro, why are you escalating, bro? Bro, stop escalating.
One-sided analysis, but if you want to do one-sided analysis, I suspect it's probably coming from Asmongold, who doesn't give a about either side at all.
All right, here's where the good part comes. This is what actually made me decide to make this video at the end of the day. All right, unironically, this is exactly why I decided to pull this one up.
Automatically sides with India because it's more Israel coded.
That's right, of course, obviously. Asmongold, who's not even pro-Israel, by the way, must be siding with India because he's Israel-coded. Why didn't I?
God, this guy is so branded.
So easy, dude. This is literally what you have to deal with Hassan. This has nothing to do with Israel, okay? This has to do with the Islamist terrorist group attacking India multiple times.
Okay.
Dressed as Israel for a long time. Israel had enough. Fuck. India had enough. Attack back. Israel coded. The fuck is that? I'll tell you. I'll explain to you. I will explain to you. Israel coded, according to Hassan, just means retaliating against terrorism. If you fight against terrorism, according to Hassan, you are Israel coded. Bro, do you understand the retardation that goes in this political analysis? It's insanity.
Adjacent, and also because they're killing Muslims, and he probably decides that like it's brown Indian.
Look at this shit.
Brown Indian Muslim. That's a third additional factor involved.
How can you possibly do this? What is going on? Oh yeah, the reason why Asmongold is on the side of India over Pakistan is because even though he hates both because they're both brown, one is also Muslim. So obviously, this is the Hassan move every single time. Terrorist.
I despise the people that play this game, dude. Ah, damn, they're all a bunch of pussies.
You don't engage.
This is the guy underneath the water.
You just call them racist. You keep going. Yeah, and obviously he will never mention me. No, chat, he doesn't mention me. I am Blue Voldemort. He never mentions me by name. It's part of his strategy. Even when he had me pulled up on his stream, he just said like vague, isn't this the guy that's a pedophile or some shit like that? Just like slandering, sort of, like without actually saying anything important. Anywho.
Oh, so that's probably how he lands on whichever side he chooses to land on that issue. But yeah, I don't think it's just Hindutva fascism. Hindutva fascism, as Arun has talked about in the chat.
All right, so Arun, as we will see soon, Arun is someone that he has a
unbelievable, dudes.
No gas,
it's scum.
It's insane how often how consistent he is with his strategy. Arun is a Indian person that is fuck up my hair. This is his move every single time. He's like, Ethan, why don't you talk to Jews that hate Israel? They'll convince you. This is like
God, this game is so useless, bro.
Hassan, who's not racist and woke,
In up tier constantly.
to talk about things purely based
Bunch
on
of
racism
cowards
and
played.
And it's talked about over and over again.
I don't know
It's a
why I'm
false
here
sense of
sometimes.
unity. It turns into just straight up nationalism, Indian nationalism. This is a great example of this as well.
Indian
Again, the problem with India,
nationalism.
Kashmir, and also Pakistan is Indian nationalism, not just Hindutva. Every big anti-Hindutva opposition party, from liberals to the communists, thinks the de facto military occupation of Kashmir is fine and the missile strikes on Pakistan are good. Yeah, the Communist Party of India has also, from what I've seen, taken a stance where they're like supposed to be the opposition, but this time they're not. But it's interesting to see a lot of Indian chatters fall for the same line over and over again.
All the Indian chatters, they're falling for the propaganda, just like the Israel stuff. Can't believe it. All the propaganda, they're falling for it again. They're believing that the Pakistani terrorists might be from Pakistan.
Killing innocents in Poonch is restraint. Brother, is there ever a moment where I said Pakistan's decision-making has been appropriate? I'm simply talking about
That's literally kind of what he's been doing the entire time.
action versus reaction. That's it. And in terms of action,
All right. Here we go. Now you're gonna get an insight into how Hassan would deal with terrorism.
versus reaction, if India were to investigate the terror attacks, figure out who was directly responsible for it, maybe even figure out that there was Pakistani involvement from the state, and demand answers from the Pakistani state, and demand answers and also demand a military operation within the Pakistani borders.
Why do I even
An operation
bother?
was conducted that was professionally executed, that actually limited the civilian casualties instead of erroneously striking fucking mosques and then yeah.
Okay, this is crazy. So that's his response. That is his response. That's what India should have done. India should have, instead of
Bro,
striking back.
it's kinda nuts how this guy cannot stop glazing terrorists. Like every single time there's a terrorist, he's on their side. How is this guy a real thing, let alone the #2 political streamer on Twitch?
In Pakistan that entered India and murdered people in India. This is a known fact.
#1 being Asmongold, obviously.
But he needs more evidence of different people's involvements and different. Otherwise, no reverse fire. Make a deal with Pakistan, who, by the way, all went to the funerals of these terrorists. All right, the Pakistani government officials who went to the funerals of the terrorists. Okay, all right. Absolutely, this is important. Talk it out, guys. Listen, talk it out. Maybe the terrorists were just like kind of being cringe or something. I don't know. All the terrorist attacks that happened in India over the last 80 years.
That would be an appropriate and valid countermeasure against the terror attack that took place.
Again, the Hassan argument, never fight back against terrorism. Never ever do that. Yes, let's not fight back against terrorism. Maybe they have a point.
That is precisely what happened after 11/26, as far as I understand, and that was a far more consequential and far
Like I said, the entire management of Twitch needs to be removed.
Saying now that because
Time for spring cleaning.
Terrorist attack in the past that India didn't fight back as hard against, they should also not fight hard
Some
against
Arab spring cleaning.
this terrorist attack. Now, the reason why this is obviously a retarded logic is because there have been dozens of terrorist attacks over time. Eventually, you want them to stop, right? Shouldn't India care about its people? Like, this is crazy. Like, it's insane, man. Like, to hear this logic.
So the question I have for you right now is, why the f is India not responding in the same way that they did back then?
Maybe because back then it obviously failed, because there are still terrorist groups that reside in Pakistan launching terrorist attacks against India.
Why is it so much, why is it that seemingly the appetite for death and destruction from Indian society, as you said, unite?
That's right. There's death and destruction appetite from Indian society. This is exactly what he said about Israel. This is exactly what he said about Trump supporters. It's the same playbook. He runs the same game every time. I'm not claiming to know a ton about India, Pakistan. I'm not saying that India's fully justified in everything that they do. I'm not doing any of that. But when this guy, who also doesn't know anything, is literally just gonna jump on board, 10 toes down, support more terrorists, say that how dare India retaliate against terrorist attacks.
Motherfucking lucky cunt.
And then says, he would kill all the Indian people.
Okay, has gotten way more aggressive. That's something that I worry about. India had Gandhi. It's a country of peace and harmony. Asmongold has a fairly balanced take. Dude, Asmongold would literally laugh at you being ethnically cleansed if you're Indian. Okay.
Bro!
It's crazy you can get away with that shit.
Asmongold had a balanced take. His response, bro, Asmongold would laugh if you were ethnically cleansed right now. Got him! Destroyed!
Okay, he thinks brown people are inferior. What?
Why would you say that? This is crazy! Oh my god! What? Source, trust me, bro. Source, I made it the fuck up, man. Bro is projecting hard right now.
What the f are you talking about? He just doesn't give a shit, but he is like seemingly siding with you. And that doesn't trigger any fucking alarm bells in your mind, okay? Jesus Christ.
What would trigger alarm bells? The fact that you say that he's racist? What is going on?
I mean, I don't even know that much about India versus Pakistan.
There it is. There it is. He said the thing.
Probably the torpedo bulge.
I don't know what's going on here. Just from my perspective as a on-the-ground journalist, I really hate that that people are retaliating against terrorists. Those guys are my bros.
But what the fuck does Asmongold know about India versus Pakistan?
So just between the two of us, unlike you who just watched one Al Jazeera video on stream and then had a bunch of opinions, at least Asmongold has been kind of watching tons of independent media, as well as tons of news releases, as well as actual speeches from the Pakistani defense minister. I mean, he's literally done that.
Bro, what the fuck? How is this guy like right on top of me?
He's just jealous that Asmongold's videos are actually.
I'm calling bullshit on some of these people, dude. There's no fucking way. They're so fucking suspect. It's fucking with my camera, bro. You motherfucking whore cheaters, dude. It's right on top of me, bro. No fucking way. No way that was accidental. Zero chance.
Yeah.
Why is he mad about that?
Fucking cheating pieces of trash, bro. This game is so full of fucking sus, dude.
That was a video where the Pakistan Prime
God
Minister
damn it.
basically goes on live TV and is like, we shot down 5 planes and we have no evidence that we shot down those planes. That is literally what happened. That's humiliating.
Happened in India. Muslim. Yeah, I wonder why people are looking at this and going, Asmongold has a really balanced take on this. It's...
Here we go. It's Islamophobia, bro. Everyone just hates Muslims. Everyone hates them. They do. Don't look at the statistics for Muslim incidents on the planet. Don't look into any statistics. There's no reason to do that. All right? We don't want anyone to see stats here. Stats are racist.
2 brown countries killing one another. The only reason why he's seemingly taken aside is because one of the brown guys is also Muslim on top of that.
That must be it. Asmongold just judges moral dilemmas based on who has more ethnicities. That's right. Pakistan was just nerfed by God twice, I guess. What are we doing here?
Can we blame this on Trump? Dude, how do you think
someone in chat shows up?
It's go
This is the greatest thing ever.
Guys is also Muslim on top of that. Can we blame this?
Can we blame this on Trump? Sure.
Dude, how do you think this happened? JD Vance is literally the fucking Antichrist.
This is my favorite. Dude, I'm telling you, I was not going to show you like such a big chunk of this video, but we kept getting better moments. This entire video is gold. It is everything wrong with Hassan, and I am so happy he's actually pissing off another group of people right now. Like,
right?
Indians, no offense, Indians. I'm really glad that he's...
Dude, this guy LARP says every single fucking... The Antichrist, you're a Muslim. Supposedly. You don't believe that shit? Like, sometimes he's Arab, sometimes he's Turkish, sometimes he's white. Like, the guy is white, man. Look at him, dude. White Nippo, baby, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Guys, because the more people that he annoys, the better
Billionaire son.
franchise gets, the sooner this guy gets 1,000%.
Complete loser.
It's gonna be wonderful. Wild retard appeared. But here we go, baby. I love when non-Christian people call people the Antichrist.
Net negative to society as a whole.
And then the
massively, right? Not even a little bit, like actually massive net negative.
He said no more conflict.
This is directly Donald Trump's fault.
Around the planet. He said he was going to solve the situation with Russia and Ukraine. Day 1, he said he was going to solve the situation with...
He's trying, unlike Biden.
With Israel-Palestine. Day 1. We're now day 110. None of that has been solved. As a matter of fact, it's only escalated. And also on top of that, he sent his envoy JD Vance to first assassinate the former Pope.
Yes, that's what happened. JD Vance assassinated the Pope. True!
Put an American Pope in charge.
True! It was all part of Trump's plan to take over the church with an American Pope.
Come on, dude. This guy, look at this shit, bro. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Fucking nonsense. At least that guy fucked. It fucked.
Fantastic analysis.
Stupid fucking destroyer, idiot.
Greatest political streamer of all time.
This thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan.
I'm having a rough time right now, dude.
Has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little.
Bro, not only did he do it,
Insanely balanced. Holy shit. Wow, what a good take by JD Vance. Now I'm sure he's gonna say that.
because he was there, but his wife is also.
Oh, it was way past it already. That was
like
like.
him saying that is.
Bro just muted the in-laws. Are you ready to hear another one of the greatest moments of this entire Hassan video?
Bold, dude. I feel like if I'm your father-in-law and you say that, if I'm your father-in-law and I'm like invested in Turkey in some way, shape, or form, and you came out and said some shit like that, I'll smack the fuck out of you, bro. I'd be giving you a call. I'd be giving you a fucking call real quick. Be like, what the fuck do you mean it's not our business? Say,
do you realize how insane this Hassan take is? This is basically Hassan saying that JD Vance is a fucking mad lad.
Nice, stupid.
He's saying that
Wait, what the
even
fuck?
though
What did the
JD
the stupid fucking torpedoes?
in-laws are Indian, he is
Cunt.
still staying true to his American policy, saying that we don't want to get involved in other wars. Essentially, what Hassan is saying is that JD Vance is such a beast that he is not letting personal gripes cloud his judgment when it comes to international affairs. He's doing this to make fun of JD Vance, when in reality, this might be one of the most condoning fucking phrases ever uttered about the Vice President of the United States of America. Like, do you realize how insane this is? He is staying true to his ideals instead of caving to his family, and this guy thinks that's an insult?
Pakistan is the enemy.
Hassan wants him to go back on his own philosophies, to get involved in some sort of international conflict? Like, this is crazy.
Right now, dude.
JD out there trying to prevent World War III, and this dude's like, he's shitty to his in-laws, probably? His in-laws would, like, smack the fuck out of him. Got him, JD. Antichrist, Lamau.
But we're not going to get involved in the middle of war that's fundamentally none of our business.
How concerned are you that this thing is just going to...
Alright, this is awesome. This is so good.
...start to escalate?
Oh, no.
Alright, so this is India's High Commissioner to the UK.
Let me
Anonymous.
point out
Pakistani government. Give them one, give this 100.
Pakistan's sponsored terror group's attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd April. You know, our response thereafter was precise, targeted.
No way, instantly detected. Fuck.
And moderate. It was focused principally and solely on terrorism.
Bro, these guys are so retarded accurate, man. I hate this game sometimes, dude. It's like everyone who plays this is like a no-life cunt, bro.
This is literally Israel.
Holy fucking shit.
The Turk is proud of his own creation. That's the real scene.
There it is, baby. There it is. We get the Indian
I'm
guy
dead.
basically saying, alright,
Fucking broken ass cheating cunts. No fucking way, dude. Stupid fucking broken ass game. Russian cunt horse. God damn it.
This is literally.
Oh, I'm really pissed right now.
every time. It doesn't stop. That Hassan's brain is like he's one.
It's like
he only has
it's
one
like they're
thing on
already
mind.
targeted at me, dude. I get spotted and instantly they're shells. Instant fuckingly. There's no fucking way, bro.
It's literally Israel. It's literally Israel, guys.
I swear half of the people that play this game either have no fucking life or just straight up cheat.
Pakistan is Turkey. Pakistan is behind the media, but you know who's
Potentially
behind
both.
Pakistan? Recep Tayyip Erdogan, baby. Adolf Turkler.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Made abundantly clear, including in the briefing that was given
I
yesterday.
need a minute because I'm about to punch
Foreign
something.
Secretary, our Foreign Secretary, and by military officers, that the object of this exercise was clearly to avoid military escalation. The fact was actually acknowledged in a left-handed way, of course, by the Pakistani side in terms of their own statements, official statements, which said that the airspace hadn't been violated and that, you know, no military establishments were attacked.
All right, so it makes it very much look like, according to Pakistan themselves, it seems like the attack was precise and aiming at what India is calling terrorist infrastructure. All right, okay.
And yet they did say that civilians were killed in this attack.
You see the images that they put out themselves. These were at places well known and identified even in Western media for many, many years as central points in the terrorism infrastructure of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Hizbul Mujahideen.
Those are 3 separate terrorist organizations that are working out of Pakistan.
Well-known parts of that.
Dead silence, bro. Bro is not. He's eating his fingers. All of his friends in the terrorist organization's getting cooked right now.
Infrastructure in those establishments.
Can you confirm that the leader and
Double fucking up tier.
The Indian side, I do. What do you mean?
Oh, he does.
I get it. Hindus are directly targeted in occupied Kashmir territory by radical elements that get training inside of Pakistani border.
He gets it. It's a terrorist group that's coming out of Pakistan, and they're killing Hindus. All right, he gets it. So we must support the cause.
Game time.
I understand it. I have addressed this already.
All right.
I'm simply talking about state versus state violence.
Oh, but they shouldn't attack back in another country. Oh, that's the problem.
They do like to commit terrorist
groups that are operating in another country,
attacks,
killing your people,
right?
You should never fight back because they're terrorist groups. They're not part of the state.
And what is appropriate and what is
There's literally only one religion, I think, that like
kind of silly with respect
condones and advocates violence.
Dude, it's not. There are so
Guess which
many,
one?
There are so many Indians, bro. It's actually not like that at all. It's actually pretty fucking severe over there. It's unironically like Western elitist, Western chauvinist attitudes that somehow belittles like
Chauvinist, not chauvinist. There's a U in there as well.
Cut down specific moments in this video to talk about. I had to show you this entire fucking thing because this might be the worst coverage of a modern conflict I've ever seen in my entire life. You realize this is a war breaking out that could lead to World War III, and I am showing you his one and only video on the matter.
India and Indian fascism, because we're just
Indian fascism. Get ready. Get ready. You are gonna lose your mind. All right? Defending the terrorists did not convince his chat. See, as you can see in the comment section, all the people that purely watch him because they hate Jews do not necessarily also hate Indians. So he's getting some pushback. But don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. He is going to cook himself right here.
It's like, oh, they're over there. When they come here, they're like second-class citizens. Who gives a law?
And his response is, no, we must dehumanize Indians even more.
It's this weird white supremacist attitude that we have towards a nuclear nation with billions of fucking people in it that have grown this like incredibly unstable fascist movement that
This shit is so busted. Don't buy this for seconds, bro.
Like America. Fascist movement, classic fascist movement, America. You know, democracy, all 7 swing states. Remember that shit? Nope.
In times of terror attacks like this one, basically unite the.
Oh, I wasted. I'm so shit.
It turns out different factions of the fucking government thinks that maybe you should retaliate against terrorist attacks because otherwise you will have more terrorist attacks.
A billion-man strong fascist army. That's terrifying.
That's terrifying. That's India. India's just a billion-man fascist army. That is what's happening in India right now. We gotta recontextualize the entire situation. We gotta make you a little scared of the Indians that are slowly gonna be marching their way across the Middle East. What are you talking about?
That one's gonna eat.
What is even going on?
of Jaish-e-Mohammed's family members were killed in this strike?
Well, they put it out on their own social media. This is not us confirming. It is on well-known.
Yeah, bro, that's
yeah.
Much better. We already know this from day one.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
On it too. Handles, social media handles of the group.
Hi, Commissioner. I want to ask you about Chinese-made Pakistani fighter jet planes that say they shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft on Wednesday. What is your reaction?
Viewing a few new haters of this one.
I hope so.
Few? I think
he's realizing he's actually seeing pushback in his chat. He's getting scared, bro.
Like Hassan doesn't understand India crowd is gonna be so much larger.
Yeah, baby, hell yeah, dude. And that's why we share this information on the How Fuck Is This on Biker franchise.
I think that's a far more consequential enemy base than anything. The Hassan says Israel crowd is They have a lot of motion, right? They have institutional legitimacy. They can flex their institutional muscle. They can get articles written about me in the Free Press and Daily Mail, stuff like that.
Yeah, like the Jews need their control over the media to write articles, to write articles against Hamas Piker. Dude, what are you talking about? You're the biggest political streamer on the planet, leftist, of course, and showing, promoting terrorism on the daily. Like, what are we even talking about?
Dude, 2 hits too, man. So this the thing should be better. It's just I can never hit anything in this fucking game. These guys just do this, and it's I miss.
Same level of loyalty, if not crazier. Same
Homing my fucking ass.
sentiment baked into their collective consciousness.
Oh, they'll only hate him because they're all Islamophobic. There's a billion Islamophobic Hindus. That's why. Obviously not because he's out here basically saying that you're never allowed to retaliate to terrorist attacks. No, no, no. They just hate Muslims. That's why they would criticize him, of course. It's the same playbook every fucking time, bro.
But more importantly than anything else, raw fucking numbers. It is truly a terrifying force to reckon with. To be honest,
a billion fascists, according to Hassan. It's a billion people in a fascist army.
As you yourself are far more removed from India than you are from the MENA region. Oh, this is true. This is true. I'm the first to admit that I'm not the most knowledgeable on this stuff. But
yeah, you know the best way to radicalize an entire country and make them hate Islam? Put them next to a radical Islamist state. That might get them to start disliking them. It's kind of weird how that keeps happening. Probably a coincidence.
Anytime I've opened the door into Indian people...
Obviously, this isn't me criticizing all Muslims. Obviously, there are a lot of really great Muslims out there. But the radical extremist states... Nah, dude. Nah, bro.
Business, I actually have shuttered the door in fear. Because the new technology that I see, like the new racism technology that I see on Indian Twitter...
There we go. That's it. Indian Twitter is unleashing racism technology. That's how they're going to take him down.
It's parts hilarious, but parts terrifying, where I'm like, how did they come up with these...
All right, you want me to speak talking about racism? Because here is him basically going on an entire diatribe about how, essentially, India is going to attack you because India is super racist against Muslims. And since India is super racist against Muslims...
No fucking dude, this is... I'm calling bullshit on some of these people, bro. There's no fucking way, bro. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's so frustrating to play against these people, man.
Muslim. I just want to know. I'm just curious. All right, we'll see. We'll see what the answer is. All right, so apparently 14.
It's like the luck of whores, dude. For real.
Right? All right, fair enough. 14%. What percent of Pakistan population is Hindu? All right, here we go. Are you ready, gamers? Are you ready for the moment of truth? Because I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Who knows? 2%. Weird. I don't know. These were basically the same groups of people that was split down the middle in 1947. It's kind of weird how that happened, isn't it? Kind of wild. For the record, this is not me saying that there are no Hindus that hate Muslims. Obviously, there are. But I think there are more Muslims in Pakistan that hate Hindus.
This kind of racism. And it's such
But of course, he's only going to talk about the racism on the fascist Indian side of the matter.
Crazy racism. I guess I can bring it back to my experience as like a Turkish man growing up in Turkey and then coming to America. And as soon as I came to the United States of America, despite looking white, I lost my like in-group status because when I was in Turkey...
Oh, he's a minority. Oh, this poor oppressed man with his billionaire dad and his multi-millionaire uncle that owns a gigantic media company. Unbelievable. This poor man.
I'm a part of the dominating in-group, right? In America, all of a sudden my name is Hassan. Oh, 9/11 America, I'm going to experience some levels of stereotyping, a little bit of
there's stereotyping him everywhere. That's why he failed so much in life. That's why he wasn't literally given everything on a silver blanket.
Tree, all that stuff. So I understand
silver platter.
Indians operate in the way that like...
All right, and back to the way Indians operate. He's not a racist, by the way. He's part of the woke left. Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Piker over here is absolutely part of the woke left. He does not have racism, not a racist bone in his body. Anyway, on to how Indians operate.
If they are the upper caste in India, and then they come to the United States of America, they carry over that supremacist attitude here.
There we go. All Indians are racist. We got there, guys.
And they can't even contend with why Americans don't see them as such. Like,
Indians are so racist. They are so racist. They can't even understand why Americans will look at them and be like, oh, you aren't the superior culture. This is crazy, dude. What is happening?
Like, they don't understand from the American perspective.
Come on, go down. Get underneath the water.
Highest of the
Too late.
highest caste Indian
And I missed
man is
massively.
still Indian. Americans literally will look at you and go, what are you saying? You're brown. Like, they'll hit you with like...
Right, so the racist Americans will be like, bro, you're brown. We hate you because you're brown. And then the racist Indians will be like, why aren't you respecting us because we are the superior culture? What the fuck is even happening right now? This is the worst. This might be the worst analysis of the India-Pakistan conflict I've ever seen in my entire life.
The most basic levels of racism. In the same way that, like, Turks who find themselves to be above Arabs, for example, on the racial pecking order within Islam, they don't realize that the Western world does not treat them any differently than they treat Arabs. They look to Turks and they look to Muslims and they look to Albanians as well in the same way that they look to Arabs. Like, there is a racial pecking order where white supremacy is supreme. It is the most supreme version of racism.
All right, we had to turn this around. He realized he was sounding a little bit racist to the Indians. He had to turn it around and say, but don't worry, don't worry. I know that I'm calling all billion Indians racist. However, don't worry. White people are more racist.
Fucking real.
So let's make this clear. This is very important.
It is the most domineering force on this planet. Its underpinning comes from colonial exploitation for centuries.
Right.
It's undefeated. It's a totally different demon.
This might be the worst video he's ever made. I don't know. I've watched a lot of Hassan content out there in order to fuel my How Fucked is Hassan Piker franchise, the best franchise on the internet. The only one doing this, by the way. The only one doing this appropriately, definitely subscribe. But this might be the worst video I've ever seen. It's like he was jealous that Asmongold was getting views, and he was like, all right, I know I don't know anything about this at all, but I know I'm going to support the terrorists, and let's go live and start yapping.
For all the Indian chatters in here that are like, you know, maybe operating with a different understanding, I haven't had Arun on yet.
Arun, by the way, again, he is that person from India that's pro-Pakistan. That's his move every time. Every time. He's like, all right, so in order to properly cover this conflict, I am going to get a token Jew to be anti-Zionist. Right? That's his move every time.
Spare him. Because I feel like they're going to kill my man, all right? Tamil Hassanabi. Like, I worry for his safety because these guys are going to get extra mad at...
Oh, he's worried for the safety of the people that are pro-Pakistan. Their safety is at risk. It's the same exact bullshit he pulls every time. There's someone in his chat just that said you're not qualified to talk on this subject. You don't know any of it. By the way, he was completely correct, this random chatter. And then this dude is like, I fear for my safety. This Rambo guy is he's gonna kill us.
Arun, like, I've seen the comments, bro. I've seen the comments that this man is receiving.
Oh my god. Comments on the internet.
Stick.
By the way, you know how many comments I get from like Hassan people saying that I'm that I should get killed and I'm a neo-Nazi and because I criticize Hassan supporting terrorists?
Today's media all over in India, the last 3 hours, has reported the shoot down of 2 Chinese-made fighter jets and an F-16 and an airborne early warning platform.
Well, High Commissioner,
I don't believe the point that I was trying to make, if I may just complete that. Look, if it satisfies Pakistan's ego to say that they've done something, they could have used that as an off-ramp to move on. But clearly they chose not to, and they've continued to escalate the matter.
this is a report I'm reading from...
Dude, you know why he's laughing? He's laughing that Pakistan escalate the matter. But what do you mean? India's the escalator.
Reuters, based on 2 U.S. officials telling Reuters this.
He's like, no, it's a lie. That didn't happen. Pakistan is just lying.
Pakistan was just lying. He was right. We covered this in the last video. We literally covered this in the last video, brother. Oh my god.
To make themselves feel better.
That's literally, but that is exactly what happened. We covered this in the last video. We literally just covered that. Here, let me just see if I can pull up the clip. This is awesome. Oh god. Dude, did I show you earlier?
I said that destroyer. Get fucking guns.
Video, I showed it to you. That essentially you had Pakistan showing video game footage claiming that they were taking down enemy ships. Pakistan lies on CNN.
Damn, desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
No way. I hate this game. This game is full of garbage, bro.
Here it is. It's so good. It's so funny.
Brought up the fact that India lost some fighter jets. So you've just brought up the fact that
This
India
is
lost
gonna fuck up
some
my
fighter
hair.
jets. So let's be quite
Damn,
clear about
desert
this.
What a
road,
garbage fucking game.
It shot
no
down
chicks.
5 Indian Air Force jets and a drone, as I understand it. India says there's no evidence of that, no proof. So can you provide more detail? Hold on. Can you provide more detail? And is this the response that your army spokesman threatened, or is there
We're not making it.
further action to come? Let's start with this very specific allegation of 5 fighter jets shot down. Where's the evidence for that, sir?
It's all over the social media.
Oh, just look at social media. We don't have any evidence.
Social media, not on our social media. The debris of fell into Indian occupied Kashmir, and it's all over Indian media today. And they have admitted their media has.
The reason to talk to you today, sir, it's not to talk about.
Bro, they claim that they shot down 5 fighter jets. They don't have any video footage of anything like that. What?
Content all over social media. I'm sorry. It's not to talk about content all over social media. I'm asking you very specifically.
Yeah, and he had nothing. Go look on social media. So actually, it turns out that the Indian guy was just correct here. It turned out, suspiciously enough. But that's not my favorite. My favorite, straight up, unironically, not even gonna lie, not even gonna yank your chain a little bit. Let me see if I can find this. The Pakistan video footage guy. Pakistan video game. This is so good, dude. I can't. The official Twitter account of the government of Pakistan posted footage from the video game Arma 3 claiming it shows a real military response to alleged Indian aggression. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. This is so amazing. This is awesome. There is nothing funnier than this ever. This is the funniest thing literally ever. But anyway, back to Hassan supporting terrorists.
But obviously, it's a lie because they're still escalating, which is crazy to say they're the ones who are escalating. Pakistan is escalating.
Well, Pakistan claimed they shot down 5 ships, right? They're claiming they shot down 5 planes. If it's true that they shot down 5 planes, then they got a pretty crazy response. If it's not true that they shot down 5 planes, then they're lying.
And then she checks them. She checks them with a Reuters report to be like, well, you know, it seems like Western media is also saying this. To which I hope he retaliates. Well, as you know, Pakistan controls the media.
They're saying it's the...
Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. You know why he's not going to respond with that? Because it's not Israel anymore. No Jews in this conflict, so can't use that argument.
But I bet the benefits are nice. I go where I please, and I please where I
go. You can't just blame
go.
Jews. He's really not used to it. Like, this is weird for Hassan. You don't understand. Hassan needs to cover geopolitics without blaming Jews. It's literally impossible.
Officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, you know, let's ask Reuters, but my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed.
That was a good face.
My larger sense is that there is no evidence of that.
Look at it.
We haven't
No evidence? What?
Actually confirmed.
I love how Hassan is. He's not even engaging with this.
Any such thing. The better point is to ask actually if all of this is true.
His chat is exactly as brainwashed as he wants them to be. Oh my God, India acting like Israel.
And if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if
but
Pakistan...
the question is literally, why is India not stopping?
Because there were multiple terrorist groups that are operating in Pakistan that are attacking Indian people for the last decades, bro. Because they want to stop the onslaught of terrorist attacks that are happening in their country. What?
They actually carried out a successful attack, and none of their planes fell. Why is India not stopping? Shouldn't the journalist at the table ask that question? India has stopped? Brother, there are reports that they hit another military base. What are you talking about?
Womp, womp, womp.
India has stopped. We are just returning fire.
Reciprocal. Reciprocal tariffs.
Okay, so India hasn't stopped. I like that every party involved is like, no, you don't understand. We're retaliating. Like Pakistan's like, no, you don't get it. We're retaliating. India's like, no, you don't get it. We're retaliating.
Pakistan High Commissioner said here yesterday. What are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Bro's eating his whole ass hand thinking about that fucking logic. Holy shit. Bro is eating his fucking hand. He's like, wait a second, why are they retaliating on our attacks on terrorist groups? And he's just like, blah, 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 blah.
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the...
In the coming days, you should invite someone more knowledgeable on the subject. I have.
Oh, he didn't engage with any of those points. He's responding to random chatter about something else. Nice.
Just not gonna like it, and after this video is over, I will once again. You're just not gonna like what he's gonna say. I'm just letting.
Bro, you're not gonna like it. I have someone that supports terrorists. He's coming on. Oh, you're not gonna like it, but you know.
You know ahead of time.
We offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathan.
Wait, what's he showing? Pakistan military spokesperson says Indian airplanes fired missiles at an airbase. Adds that multiple military bases were targeted by Indian missiles. 19 likes. Hassan proved his point. Never mind. Hassan was right about everything.
Chad is like, dude, you don't understand. India's not actually attacking. They're just retaliating.
Oh, damn. That's true. This has 12 likes on it.
Pakistan military spokesperson says Indian airplanes fired missiles on airbase in Rawalpindi.
But don't you realize that the Pakistan military spokesman has been caught on like a metric fuck ton of lies? Like, dude, do you understand? Every single time India says something, this dude's like, oh, it's a lie, it's a lie. You don't really trust the Indian spokesperson. And then every time the Pakistan military spokesperson, oh, no, what are you talking about? He said it, it's true.
He adds that multiple military bases were targeted by Indian missiles. But that's just retaliation, dude. You don't get it. And then everybody points to the...
I mean, they also claimed that they shot down a bunch of planes.
The Pakistani defense minister admitting to harboring terrorists. I know, man.
That's not the case. There's a decade-long track record of Pakistan harboring terrorists. The Pakistan foreign minister admitted it on an interview on the same media outlet. Hassan's response, I know that. What is even going on? Like, are we on the same page? Is he just unabashedly supporting terrorists again? Like, what is happening?
Saw that too.
Oh,
I know.
I
know what he was talking about.
That was terrible.
Okay? I've covered it extensively. Some might even say part of my America Deserved 9/11 actually is directly what he's talking about.
He's defending his America Deserved 9/11 take. That video's a gold mine. He knows nothing about the topic, so he just filibusters about random bullshit.
Frankly,
Bro, look at his actual chat. Oh my god, wait. That was too good. Did it just get banned in real time?
America Deserved 9/11 actually is directly what he's talking about.
That was weird.
So, check this out. Those missiles just removed themselves from the plane. All right, nice. Who pays better? Qatar, Soros, or Pakistan? Oh my god. No one is claiming you're in their pocket. Why are you creating this false narrative?
Each time, if you go all the way back to 2008, the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation.
One of the funniest things out of all of this has been to see all of the Defend the West white supremacist accounts all posting so aggressively about India. How did that happen?
How are people that are pro-America also pro the fact
This
that
is gonna fuck up my hair.
against terrorism? Does he not realize how stupid he sounds? Like, how does he say these things?
So many of the Defend the West, Greek statue avatar, white supremacist accounts all of a sudden are incredible experts.
Wow, that is some sonar ping. I'm not gonna lie. Especially with my rudder jams, I'm going in circles.
Maybe he should look into the fact that maybe they just defend people in general that don't like terrorists.
All the pro-Israel accounts that are also white supremacist accounts that are
all the pro-Israel accounts are also all white supremacists, according to him, even though white supremacists hate Jews. Do we understand what's happening? Like, look at what's going on. White supremacists hate Jews, but they're pro-Israel and pro-India. Well, then maybe your analysis of all these people are just completely wrong.
Like, we got to defend the West from Muslim invasion. Every single one of them is posting about India right now.
I mean, I just want to come back to this point on the Indian military aircraft. I know India is not confirming this situation.
I love how he's like, I can't figure out what all of these different people have in common. And all those different people are just like, yeah, we hate terrorists. And he's like, I can't fathom what they have to do with each other. It's crazy that they're all on the same side on these issues. Yeah, pretty weird.
There are now Western officials coming out. The French have said
little parting gifts.
Have an understanding that the aircraft, the Rafale that India has been hit. Are you concerned that you're going to continue to have this kind of loss?
I don't think so.
I feel like she's egging him on. She's like, come on. Yo, they f***ing your shit up right now, fam. They got them Chinese missiles coming out the wazoo. She's like...
I love how he's like, yeah, I can't believe India is the one escalating and Pakistan's trying for peace. And he's like, oh yeah, Pakistan, they have such good fucking missiles and shit.
He's like, bro, they are f***ing up the Indian Air Force real bad.
Are they though?
What do you have to say to this? He's actually pretty reserved, for the record, all things considered.
He's like, yeah, for an Indian fascist racist, I can't believe that he's actually pretty reserved.
You know?
So, what is the purpose? First of all, we don't know if this has happened. But as a famous British admiral once said, the purpose of military infrastructure and hardware is for it to be used, right? If it serves its purpose, and it all serves its purpose brilliantly, I think there is little doubt that we have hit with great precision as many as 9 terror infrastructure camps. We have shown we have the capacity to hit with surgical precision at individual buildings within the terror camps. What we are then signaling is we have the capacity, if Pakistan escalates it, we have the capacity to really punish them hard.
I mean, everything he's saying kind of makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, if you actually are able to have precise attacks against terrorist attacks, yeah, no, that's crazy.
Hi, Commissioner. I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who, in Pakistan, who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were
getting
targeted.
close.
Should we be doing the same to, you know, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph.
Bro, and evidence! Oh God, look at him leaning back in his chair. He doesn't understand the conflict. He's just doing his job. Asmongold got views on this. He's got to cover this also. He's like, oh my God. And then the fine gentleman with the Canadian accent just pulls out a fucking notebook. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at his bro.
Of
damn.
Yesterday, I believe it is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His
Alright, so sanctioned terrorist, that means Hassan probably likes him. Moving on.
name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him. Pakistani military.
Bro, I've been playing this for 5 hours already. Jeez, my neck.
Evidence. We need Hassan pics or it didn't happen. All right. Do you have evidence of this rape that occurred? All right. Listen. We need evidence.
Oof.
We need evidence of the
Like it,
rape.
like it.
Okay. Please. Evidence. Has an official test been done? Bro, it's over. It's fucking over. Like, holy shit. Holy balls, bro. This is crazy. So we literally have Pakistani military people standing with terrorists, and he's like, they might be aligned on certain things.
Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your...
I just realized this guy is the chatter.
Why is he not responding to anything being said?
Because he can't.
Oh my god.
This guy's the chatter.
Obviously.
He dropped every talking point that the chatter's been blasting.
He has no idea how to counter that.
Dude, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Are you him?
It's like, yo, India is the rogue terrorist state. And then the Indian guy's like, oh, well, here's a photograph of these guys are terrorists, and this is the terrorists. And there's a fucking Pakistani flag over it. They're giving the terrorist state funerals. And then Hassan's like, chatter. Like, okay, bro. All right.
Yeah, no.
Maybe dude, this is insane.
It's hilarious. Come on.
Is that there might be actual alignment of the fucking government with the terrorists, and he's like, Ulamau, he's just using talking points. He's using talking points, guys. It's talking points.
Notice how he didn't respond to the. What do you have to say to the evidence that suggests that India's been offering training and logistics to the Balochistan Liberation Army?
Notice how he had nothing to respond to the fact that there were actual Pakistani military people that were literally at funerals of terrorists.
And he's like, well, look at this photograph. It's better your big brain stay out of this conflict.
God damn, his chat is murdering him. His chat is murdering him. Calling it right here. There will not be another India-Pakistan video on Hassan's channel for a long time. He's getting absolutely eaten alive. He doesn't want another base of people that hate him.
I don't know who the dude is, and I don't know what the context is, but what I do know is he did not respond to the question. Because the question has nothing to do with...
I notice how Hassan does not want to respond to the fact that there are obviously Pakistani military state people that went to terrorist funerals and hanging out with terrorists. I notice that Hassan doesn't want to answer that point. Because remember, Hassan's entire argument here is that there is no evidence at all that Pakistan officials were...
There are no Americans in Iraq. That's what he reminds me of, dude.
Whether or not...
I don't know why that popped in my head, but it popped in my head. There are no Americans in Iraq? Alright, bro. Okay.
Pakistan is allowing...
What do you mean? They're right there. Like, you know?
Exist and to even train within its borders.
That's funny.
True. We know that is true. The question is what you do about it. This is precisely the reason why I kept saying, like, okay, well, you know, there's Balochistan separatists that India has offered training to. Like, is it okay if Pakistan strikes India? And when I ask that question to people...
Dude, this is the craziest thing in the world. Like, it's unbelievable how often he decides to misconstrue situations. All right?
Oh, not even close.
Oh, dude. Okay, I don't want to accidentally go crazy here with Twitter. You can never
Fucker was stopping.
Twitter became the Wild West. How many
desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
Attacks took place in India over the last 80 years.
Much better.
Right? Because there were tons of terrorist attacks that took place, right? It's obviously varying. So pre-1970s was less documented. Here there were, 182 bombings.
Oh, this is a force to be reckoned with.
180 terrorist groups active, and then here's another 20,000 deaths, and whatever. You get the idea. A metric fuck ton. Based on the estimates, approximately 13,000 terrorist attacks. All right. How many terrorist attacks in Pakistan? There had to be a lot, right? I mean, Hassan is out here saying that they have to fight back against the terrorist attacks too.
Lol. Citadel heat.
Terrorism in Pakistan was minimal. Beginning of significant terrorist activity was here. After or notice. All right, let's get the stats. Let's get the stats. Let's grab the stats. Critical examine. It doesn't stop. Wait. Okay, around the same amount. Damn, that's crazy. Holy shit.
The boogeyman is real.
Critical examine. Fundamental figure. 2,635 Islamist attacks. Wait. Wait, this is including the Islamist attacks in Pakistan? Alright, so that proved nothing. Never mind. That proved nothing. Mostly peaceful bombings, I guess.
Well, not funny. No funny. Also, truth is same. We are not doing that. We're not funding them. Just people of India are sympathetic to BLA. Okay. Well, then people of Pakistan are sympathetic to those guys. Okay.
No! Don't use that argument. Don't use that argument.
Okay. What do you mean? What is happening here?
He doesn't understand why his chat is actually eating him alive.
Yeah, the Pakistani military is sympathetic to that guy, and the Indian government is...
Forage, I have a very important question. Did you choose that name because World of Warships makes you rage so hard you have to take a number 2? Be honest, I've seen less emotional damage at a vegan barbecue. Absolutely tragic, tremendous poo rage, folks. The people are talking.
Well, it's not poo rage, it's barrage. So, no. What's up, TTR? Check your Discord. I made something. You might, actually, it's probably not for you. Like, when I think, come to think about it, you probably hate it. Could have been better.
Retired Indian Major General Bakshi, India is a nuclear power. We can blast the hell out of Turkey if we want.
India is a nuclear power. India is a space power. We can blast the hell out of Turkey if required.
Yeah!
Turkey has been.
Holy shit.
Chill! Bro!
I feel like Hassan was getting cooked by his chat. He was getting absolutely annihilated by his chat. When they were all actually saying, why are you supporting the terrorists in Pakistan? So he immediately needed to pull up a clip of some guy in India saying something radical so that he could prove his point that India, in fact, deserves it. Like, do you see how insane this is? Someone in his chat attacks him, and then he's like, yo, I can pull up something radical that India said. Bravo, professional victim, Hamas Piker.
Man, Indian politics is...
W deflection, he did it there.
Awesome. Indian politics is so crazy with it. He said we could blast the hell out of Turkey with our new... Okay, bro. Benchot.
He's got the fucking dumbest laugh, dude. Every time I hear him laugh, I feel my brain cells trying to kill themselves, bro. I swear.
I have never seen this man.
This is a force to be reckoned with.
India is a nuclear power.
Uh-oh, they know Pakistan is Turkish.
Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about
Dude, this is amazing. People in his chat they're eating him alive. This is the Hassanabi doctrine. It's the doctrine of Hassan every time he gets absolutely smoked by his chat, he immediately says, yo, but look at what some random guy in India said years ago about Turkey.
the international community really wants to
They're eating him alive.
be able to look at this and worry about it. The simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan.
I'm so glad he turned into a lol cow though, right? Like, does anyone besides the crazy freaks in his chat take him seriously? I don't think they do.
Like, what is even going on?
Anyone else, obviously. I think he's just a massive lol cow now. A really vile one, let's be honest, right? Whenever he opens his mouth, he's like, whoa, bro. Calm the fuck down.
30 years ago.
It's like me when I'm raging, but then he does it constantly.
About taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both
I don't know
sides,
why I'm waiting.
there's a lot of
Next.
information
True.
coming.
I do feel like there's a lot of misinformation on both sides. I'm not gonna say again. You're gonna probably watch this video and be like, "Wow, I can't believe Nux is 100% pro-India, believes everything India says." I personally am very anti-terrorist. This is a stance that I have, and I think that India attacking terrorist infrastructure because they're getting attacked by terrorists that are based off Pakistan does not make them a radical terrorist state. I'm not gonna make believe I understand.
Oh my god, look at this shit.
Of all this shit.
It's the unicorn, boys.
Essentially have a cope session for 30 minutes is one of the greatest moments of all time. I happen to, in this specific conflict, based on my limited knowledge, definitely hear the India side better than I hear the Pakistan side. But I'm not like
You see this like once every week, you know?
some sort of India that's part of an 80-year blood feud that I'm not gonna make believe I understand exactly. But Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Piker literally drops in and is 1,000% pro the state that is defending the terrorist attacks. Like, it is in sound. 10 toes down is the gayest saying. Yeah, I got it from Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Piker.
God bless America.
Independent.
He's 10 toes down supporting the Houthi terrorists.
Journalists, foreign journalists, are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find...
Why do you completely ignore the photo he showed? What?
Drew! What? What? Oh my god, this is great. How did he have the balls to post this on his own channel? How on earth did Hassan actually post this video on his channel?
The gold numbers means premium ships, right? People have too much money, bro.
There are people in
What the hell?
actual Pakistan government that are supporting terrorists.
There's more, if that is, right? If that is the case, there's more premium ships in here than there's regular.
Essentially sitting there and saying,
Yeah, at the top, look, oh, what the fuck, bro? There's more premiums in this game than there are regular ships.
Because the terrorist organizations had nothing to do
Ridiculous.
with Pakistan. A photo was showed that proved that there actually was a connection with Pakistan.
What? That has nothing to do with anything. Why are you getting mad at me? She has an even worse response than me. She literally goes, we can't verify what that photo is. You just like showed me a photo. What am I supposed to do with this? All right, we're gonna have Arun on now so that you guys can yell at an Indian.
All right, now we're gonna have my token guy.
Indian dude instead of me.
Hell yeah, now we're gonna have an Indian guy so you can yell at an Indian guy for supporting. Hell yeah, dude.
I double clicked by accident. It's gonna miss.
So apparently
Oh, maybe not.
dropped this clip
It's gonna
right
miss.
now, which is very exciting. 7 minutes ago, I am going viral in India. There was backlash. Hell yeah, dude. This must be about Hassan. There's no
Oh
reason
no,
about
fuck.
Hassan
Okay,
calling him a
shit.
genocidal
Let's
freak
just
that
keep
wants to
turning.
ethnically cleanse everybody. Don't worry, Baldwin. Don't worry, Bald Man. I am supporting you all the way. I am literally here, bro. I am literally here.
Asmongold had a fairly balanced.
Let's go!
Asmongold would literally laugh at you being ethnically cleansed if you're Indian.
It's crazy! He's everywhere! Dude, I got here, man. Alright, Bald Man. You got me on this one.
Okay.
Dude, this is great. He just says this stuff. I know. It's crazy. It's because he's Israel coded, I guess. I didn't know.
Remember, guys, ooh, calling someone fat on Twitch gets you banned. But that's fine. That is perfectly okay. Yeah.
Seemingly siding with
jeez. No, I can't see. Here's the problem.
So dumb.
Is that even if I wanted to sue Hassan, I never would, but I couldn't because nobody gives a shit what he says. Nobody cares. I don't.
Yeah, he can't sue Hassan. People don't.
Not even Twitch staff.
Defamation in the audience. Like when
And they're the ones that should care, right? The only ones, really, that should care.
Like, suspiciously, all the people that call me out are pedophiles. Obviously implying that I'm a pedophile, which is obviously not true. It's not actually suable because technically, A, it didn't hurt my financial situation, and slander lawsuits need to prove financial damage. He did not financially damage me. He just reputationally damaged me. And second, he didn't directly say it was me. He just said that everyone attacks me is a pedophile when I was on his stream, obviously signaling to his audience what he wants to signal to them, but not actually directly calling me a pedophile. It's the slimiest moveset of all time.
I don't even know that much about India versus Pakistan. But what the
Suspiciously, a lot of people that support multiple Islamist terrorist organizations, suspiciously and coincidentally, a lot of them are married to 9-year-olds. Huh. I mean, I'm not saying Hassan is, right, but he did go to a brothel that was raided for sex trafficking people, where someone was actually arrested for sex trafficking children. I mean, he did go to Diddy parties. Now, I'm not saying that Hassan has a 9-year-old wife, but I am saying suspiciously, a lot of the supporters of terror have 9-year-old wives. Just saying.
fuck does Asmongold know about India versus Pakistan? Holy shit. India
Oh,
bros are attacking
no.
you on Asmon? Of course
Disappear.
they are.
No, we're good. And it disappeared anyway.
They did. That's why you're mad.
Thumbnail of his last video.
I get more updates about my YouTube channel from Hassan than I do from my editors. Wow, face of Twitch, and I'm on political streamer is calling India a rogue.
No, that's gonna miss. I think it's going too fast already.
Yeah, I just covered this.
Nope. Dead on. See, I don't know what I'm doing in this game, bro. Oh shit.
India bros who were cooking Hassan.
Think we can visit? No.
This is gonna fuck up my hair.
India a rogue terrorist state in defense for Pakistan.
Any state that violates the sovereignty of another state and strikes civilian targets is a fucking rogue terrorist state. Say India not like
Pakistan a rogue terrorist state?
But I would go so far as to say, yeah, they're doing terrorism. I'm sorry, I'm vehemently anti-Modi and his agenda, but to call India a rogue terrorist state is absolutely incorrect.
This is gonna fuck up my
terrorist
hair.
action. A rogue terrorist
Well, I'm dead.
Angering more people. This is so good. As Bro continues drifting for terrorists more and more and more, he's only gonna get everyone against him. God, this is so fun to watch. This is awesome. Sorry, India Bros, that he's calling India a terrorist.
Unless we get
I'm sure this isn't good for your reputation.
a Citadel.
For the last year and a half, dude, it's unbelievable.
What that was.
I forgot how much cancer the Germans were close range. Holy shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If I had a nickel for every terrorist organization that Hassan seemingly supported, I have a lot of fucking nickels.
Does this keep happening? Like, I remember everybody was spamming.
I was literally right by the way. Everyone's been calling me out.
Yes, okay. Go. You're going down with me, bitch. Fuck are you?
Hates Jews and hates Israel. I mean, I've proved that on the Hassan Piker as Fuck franchise. Absolutely, 100%. But it's not just
I can sing happily now.
No, he just likes terrorism. He's anti-American, he's anti-Western values.
But not to the torpedo! Get fucked. Stupid goddamn destroyer guns.
And states that are anti-democracy, anti-women's rights.
I'd rather die like a real man.
Anti-everything that woke culture stands for, alright? They throw gay people off buildings.
Oh, let me shoot one more time.
Countries that he supports, alright? It's crazy.
Some damage. Citadel. Oh, that's over there.
Alright? Prove that the rapes happened. Send pics.
Oh well. Another failure.
Oh my god.
They were like, oh, watch Hassan support this. And like, I didn't feed into this at all because I thought that it was unfair. And now we have the clip.
And I was right all along. I told you all along. I was saying it. Asmongold was still denying it. And I was like, nah, bro, open your eyes.
Once again, we've had another side where Hassan has fallen off on the side of supporting terrorism.
Kinda crazy. Kinda weird how that keeps happening. People are waking up. And it's all because of the How Fucked is Hassan Piker franchise.
Who would have guessed?
I'm just saying. So in this battle between the 7-Elevens and the 9-11s, I personally find myself a lot more on the side of the 7-Elevens. But Hassan Piker seemingly keeps supporting the 9-11s. It's kind of weird how that keeps happening. Anyway, bro is 450% cooked now. He angered the Indians. New series, 100% based. Yeah, Nux is 100% based, truly. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you guys. And for Depp, we'll see. When he's 460% cooked, I will update you guys. Don't you worry, your little buttholes. See you later, gamers. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Let's get it on.
Hey guys, one wacky ass VTuber did. Exactly. I'm right there with you, Duke.
Oh yeah, if it bleeds, I can kill it.
Some vision would be fantastic. How am I even being spotted? I've been spotted for the whole fucking...
You've got a lot of guts. Let's see what they look like.
It was worth a shot.
This is gonna fuck up my hair. Magic 8 Ball says, die. Ah, much better.
There's no way. Holy shit, okay. Pretty decent hit still. I didn't think that was gonna hit. Never mind. They all ricochet. Fuck my life. I don't know what the Bismarck is thinking, but it's gonna die. That is zero surprise right there.
Damn, Desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
I don't know what this fucking CV is thinking, but he's gonna die too.
Damn, desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
He noticed. Dude, so many unbalanced games, bro. Like, 1 tier difference is already ridiculous. 2 tier difference is just, there's just, what the fuck? There's far too much difference in the tiers for that to ever be a balanced proposition.
I'm gonna kill you old style.
The cow. That's his name, Avash. And that's a fail, because it's turning like a motherfucker. I gotta learn my stopping distance, dude. It's obviously huge, right?
This is a force to be reckoned with. Much better. Damn, desert road, no gas, and no chicks.
I really hate the way this game is played at high levels. It's super boring. Like, what has this guy done? Like, sat somewhere, literally didn't move, and just held his mouse down. Probably a little drool at the side of his mouth. Right? Like, how else can you play this way and think I'm doing fantastic? God. I really don't like that about the late tier. That's why low tier is better. It's more of a brawl. It's more entertaining. This is just cringe. The 37K. Close. $57 million. Jesus Christ. Maybe I'll play a little bit more tonight. Maybe I'll get there. I'm thinking more Cyberpunk though. I can't be up too late either because I have to be at the doctor's at 8 in the morning. Not leave to the doctor's, I be at. I normally don't wake up in the morning, so yeah, it's gonna be rough. Anyway, I'm gonna take like an hour. I need to go eat something, and that's gonna take me a long time. So that'll be fun. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will play this shit more either later or tomorrow when the things are up, right? The missions and shit. So we'll see. Thank all. Go away. But come back.